We are live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, subscribe, be a part of the show. Here we go. Well, a swing off was how the All-Star game ended last night. And, of course, the swing off led to a Kyle Schwarber MVP. And I see one of our listeners cashed on the MVP ticket. They sent that to my inbox today at Mike Gill Show. You know, one of our listeners took our advice. He said, thanks, Mike. I played this on your tip. Looks like he put $50 down on Kyle Schwarber to win MVP of the All-Star game. He collected $6,300. Not a bad night of watching the All-Star game. Congratulations to that gentleman who listens to the show. Listen, I'm not sure that Schwarber was the MVP of the game. He was the MVP of the moment. He hit a fastball that was like 60 miles an hour over the fence 3 straight times with a flair of the dramatics. I didn't even know they had a swing-off possibility. I didn't know when they put that rule in because I knew in the 9th inning last night, the Fox broadcast said the National League has 2 pitchers left, Suarez and Diaz, and they're going with Suarez. Then Suarez couldn't get out of the inning. They brought Diaz in the game, and I said, they're out of pitching. So they're not going to extra innings here. And they said, oh, no, there's a swing-off here. Do I want to see a swing-off in Major League Baseball games? No. Do I want to see it in extra innings of playoff games? No. But I said on Monday I was not interested in the home run derby. I thought the swing-off was a lot of fun last night. I definitely like that. 3 pitches, that's what you get. 3 swings, take your best 3, and we move on from there. Now that was riveting. The derby, I don't need to see 48 pitches to one guy. 3 was fun. That was fun last night. And I loved the joy in the players' faces. They legitimately were a huge fan of what they were watching. The problem was not everybody was there. Aaron Judge left. Cal Raleigh left. Because I kept wondering, why the hell are you picking the players that you ended up picking? Well, they didn't have the pick of the litter last night, the American League.
So if I was really a little background on this. So apparently the managers designated who was going to do the swing off before the game because they knew who was and wasn't going to be there by the end of the game.
Interesting.
So this was chosen before the game even started, number one. Number two, Kyle Schwarber had a very, very distinct advantage because apparently the guy who was throwing him the balls was also the batting practice coach for the WBC when Schwarber was on Team USA.
He was a Dodger guy.
So apparently that guy was Schwarber's BP coach, and they knew each other, and Schwarber said after the game during this presser that the coach came to him, I forget the guy's name off the top of my head, but the coach said, where do you want it? He said, just groove it down the middle. I'll take it from there.
Well, he threw him 2 pitches, and at one point, Schwarber looked at him and says, all right, you got my spot. That's where it is right there. And then he crushed 3 balls. It was fun. That was fun. I didn't watch the whole All-Star game. I watched the Sixers Summer League. You know, it's funny. I'm watching the Sixers Summer League game last night.
Okay.
The score is 70, doesn't really matter, but it was like 72-58.
Sure.
Was that the final of the game? So it's like 72-58, Sixers are winning the game. And, like, I look at the score. Let me see. What was the score at the time? Or what was the final score? Whatever the final score of the game was, that was what the score was with about 50 seconds left in the game or something like that.
Sure.
So I'm looking at the scoreboard. Sounds like you didn't watch the Sixers Summer League game last night.
No one's playing.
VJ Edgecombe played. What do you mean no one's playing? Well, if you didn't live under a rock, you would have seen that the Sixers' first overall, number 3 overall pick in the draft played last night. By the way, he didn't play great. He got off to a pretty slow start. But if you're watching the game,
he didn't play for like 2 weeks.
If you were watching the game, I feel like the refs were pretty unforgiving to Edgecombe. He must have got fouled 7 different ways. They didn't call anything. He had a rough night shooting, 4 of 14, 1 of 6 from 3. He ended up with 15 points. That's neither here nor there. The final score is 74-58. So I'm looking at the score 74-58. And I'm thinking they're going to halftime. I said, how the hell do they have 58 points? This game is over. The game's over. Washington scored 58 points last night. So then I flipped over to the All-Star game. At that point of the All-Star game is when Mizorowski came into the game.
Right, throwing fire.
He came in, he threw 102 miles an hour, then he followed up with another 102. So you kind of got to see why this guy is being so talked about. And it was playful, it was fun. He gave up a hit, he was kind of smiling and laughing. You know, the game itself, even though the game has turned into a little bit of a mockery and a little bit of a marketing tool, it's still highly competitive. It's still the best of the best trying their best.
Yes.
You don't have anybody half-assing it out there. This guy's coming in throwing 102 miles an hour. You had the joy in the faces of the players, and that's what was cool about the All-Star game. These other All-Star games that turn into these ridiculous dunk contests, three-point contests, guys shooting from half court, they could take a page of what we saw last night. It's okay if you're using it for a marketing tool or whatever, but the guys who are there, you're still some of the best in the world. Show me your best when you're the best. American League's down 6-0 last night. They come back in the game, they tie it up, and they legitimately were happy that they tied the game up. I thought another cool moment of the game, the ABS system came into play last night.
It did.
Which was interesting because it was very anticlimactic the way that it happened. Edwin Diaz throws a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it, is called a ball. They challenge the play, and Diaz gets the call to go his way. And then he's like pointing and laughing at the guy. He's like, that was a strike. See, I gotcha. But can you imagine if that's the way a game ended? Like a World Series game where the ABS system comes into play, they overrule it, and they win the World Series. Like, that is where the anticlimactic nature of that being the situation would be a little bit deflating.
I mean, it was interesting because that was actually the second time it was used last night because you were watching VJ Edgecombe. Scooble used it in the first inning.
And he said he wasn't going to.
He wasn't going to, but he did anyway, and he won. He got the strikeout from it, and you can see the smile on his face when he did it. He was kind of like I got you guys.
Well, and that's what Diaz, they're...
Right, Diaz was the same reaction.
They made the announcement, hey, the call is being challenged by the pitcher. And then they announced it like 4 or 5 seconds later that the pitcher has won the challenge. And then he like playfully points like, I got you. But that ended the inning. So there was very like anticlimactic. Like, can you imagine if that was the bottom of the ninth and the game was over and that's how the game ended? I was like, that's kind of weak.
It is kind of weak, but I would rather them get it right than a game end the opposite. You know what I mean?
Well,
on a pitch that's obvious to everyone on planet Earth and the guy calls it wrong.
So they end up tying.
Yes.
And then they say they're going to have a swing off. And then the two managers come out. They announce like who the three guys are. This is like akin to who's going to take the shots in the hockey overtime rules.
Yeah. The shootout.
The shootouts, right. And Boone announces his three guys. And you're like, they're the three guys you picked? Really?
But again,
Jonathan Aranda, who has 11 home runs and was like, what, me?
Yeah, again, this goes back to...
I didn't know they picked him beforehand. I didn't hear that.
They picked him before the game. I found it out last night, which kind of
because the Dodger, Dave Roberts, said he doesn't know this yet. I'm telling him right now that the guy from the Marlins, Stowers, that he's in the three. And I'm going to go Schwarber, and I'm going to go Alonso. So then he's like, Schwarber and Alonso. You're like, all right, now you got two real guys in this thing. Now, The guy from the Marlins is having a great year. In fact, he had 3 home runs in a game like a week ago.
Yeah.
But the 3 guys for the American League, you were like, wait, what?
Right.
Like, these are the 3 guys?
But you pointed out earlier that when those players left early, like, for those who don't know, you might be just tuning into the sports
Aaron Judge left early, and so did Cal Raleigh.
Literally left the ballpark. The middle of the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Very, very
I would have loved if Judge was there still, but in street clothes, and they were like, just go up there and hit in your street clothes. That would have been
entertaining.
That would have been interesting, right? But it was a fun game. Like, that game, like, I watched only like half of it. Now, I had heard earlier in the game they had a situation where the pitcher and the catcher were being interviewed at the same time.
Yeah, so they actually interviewed Clayton Kershaw the whole inning he was in.
While he was pitching.
Interesting.
I would have liked to have seen that. Was it like...
It's on Twitter. You can go find it. I thought the Kershaw one was more interesting. Because
the only one I heard was Matt Olson, and that was kind of... Matt Olson's not the most colorful
Matt Olson
guy.
is listening to paint dry.
Yeah, he was not very very
he
colorful.
was poor.
Yeah.
But Kershaw was funny because at one point he says, "What do you guys think I should throw right now?" And Smoltz says, "Throw a cutter." And he's like, "John, I don't have a cutter." And it was funny. He's like, "You know what? Let's let Will Smith determine what the pitch is gonna be."
Yeah. So overall, like if I'm looking at the All-Star game, it was a fun experience, and
it was
I would
way
say
more fun than I expected it to be.
I would agree. Like I was watching last night after the Sixers Summer League game, I flipped over and I'm thinking, okay, I'm just checking in to see maybe I can catch Schwarber, and I never saw Schwarber actually bat in the game.
He was 0 for 2.
Yeah, when did he go in? Because he hit for Ohtani.
Yes,
and I never saw him actually bat.
I had to double check, but I thought it was the 4th or the 5th inning when he went in.
So,
but he was 0 for 2, which was the interesting part, which is, you have a guy who hasn't done anything the whole game, and then he comes in the opportunity to win the game, and he just goes nuts.
Well, so when I flipped over, I was like, it's the All-Star game. I feel compelled just to see what's going on. And then the fact of the matter of them wearing the uniforms kind of drew me in. Like I liked, hey, look, the old that was a minimal thing, I feel like, but it got me a little bit. I liked seeing the guys in their actual uniforms. So then I hung around and I said, you know what? The game's competitive. Like I told you, I tuned it in. Maybe was it Mizorowski? I think I saw somebody who pitched before Mizorowski last night. Let me pull up the box score on who was pitching when, because I think I did see somebody else before him. Let me see. Let's see where I got into that game last night. Oh, Bubic was pitching for the American League. So it was right there when I got in for the game. Bubic was pitching there. McGill came in. McGill was pitching for the National League, and then I saw Mizorowski pitched after that, then Suarez, then Diaz. So I saw those 4 pitchers. And then on the American League side, I saw Bubic. I didn't see Mize. I saw Bubic get pulled from the game. Then I saw Estevez come in. Smith, I was laughing because I was like, they had to find a White Sox to pitch, and this guy's got an ERA of almost 5.
Yeah.
They had to find a White Sox to
That's
play
how
on
bad
the team.
the White Sox are.
Think about that. This guy Smith was their all-star. Let me give you an insight on this. This is why I feel like the guy who made the all-star game for the White Sox was 3-7 with an ERA of 4.26 and a WHIP of 130. None of those numbers are impressive. Not one of those numbers are, hey, this guy's an all-star.
There's no redeeming quality.
Even he has 81 strikeouts in 86 innings, so he's not even hey, he's like some big strikeout per inning pitcher. He's a starting pitcher that's 3-7 with a 4.26 ERA. I guess they looked at it and said, hey, you're on this team and you have a 4.26 ERA, you're in. I can't even tell you. I got to look at the White Sox roster to say, are you telling me that he legitimately was the best option they had? You're telling me they don't have one other guy on that team other than a pitcher with an ERA in the 4s. Holy mackerel.
Now,
but when he came into pitch, I was like, this is bad.
So while you look up the White Sox miserable roster.
They're leading. You know what the leading batting average is on their team?
240?
218.
Worse than I thought.
For people who qualify. They only have 2 players that qualify that have enough at bats to qualify.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. 218 is the team leader in home runs.
So before you get to that, I thought you were going to bring up the fact that your boy hit a home run that started the American League rally. I was wondering if you tuned in to see that.
Who hit the home run for the American League?
Yeah.
Rooker. Yeah, I did see the Rooker.
Your boy.
Home. Yeah.
He stepped up at a huge moment in the game.
And he had 3 ribbies last night. And you know who the other guy was that gave them a little bit of a bump last night was Quan.
Quan
had the RBI to tie the game up.
Correct.
Well, it was a 2-out RBI. It was a little nubber in the middle. It was a Rojas hit.
It was a Rojas hit.
It was a Rojas hit. He just kind of, and that's what I talk about. Rojas will get on base by accident sometimes. He just hits it so softly that the other team can't make the play on it.
Right.
Yeah. Did you guys watch the All-Star game and say, you know what? This is better than I anticipated?
I did.
609-403-0973. Guys, I rushed home from working the parking lot last night. Loved watching the All-Star game, especially the way it ended. Agree with Mike about the guys in their uniforms for their teams. Yeah, I agree with that. The fact that the players had their uniforms on, I did think added to the game. It just added to the game. It's like, hey, I now know what team some of these, like the White Sox guy, he would have come in the game pitching in a ridiculous beer league softball uniform. I would have no idea who this guy was. But the fact that he had a White Sox uniform, at least I'm like, okay, the guy plays for the White Sox. Like, that helped me.
It was a huge, I got to admit what you said, Mike. When I put the game on, I wasn't planning to actually watch the game. I was more like, hey, Clayton Clark's coming back tonight. I'm going to watch that. But then I saw the guys wearing the uniform.
Did she get hurt last night?
She did. She hurt her groin again.
Yeah, she's probably going to miss the All-Star game and everything.
Yeah, she was crying on the bench last night.
Yeah.
By the way, she is 1 for her last 33 from three-point shooting on the road.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they were talking about that during the game last night. So, like, I got drawn into the baseball game because I saw the uniforms, though. I was like, wow, I forgot how cool this is.
Well, and I'll tell you, I got drawn into the game, whatever inning, I just, went through the pitchers. So that's the
you said Bubik
was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he came in the 6th. So in the 6th inning is when I tuned in. And I watched from the 6th through the swing off. But it was one of those things where, like, my girlfriend's like, all right, I'm going to sleep. And I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of still interested in the game. I'm still kind of watching here. And I watched all the way through the swing off. And then after, who was it? Rosarena hit 2 out of 3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And the National League, they needed Schwarber to hit 3 out. And he hit all 3. And at that moment, I was like, I guess I'm going to have to keep watching this for Aranda to come up. I wanted to see if he would surpass it. So I definitely give good reviews to the All-Star game last night. Good job by baseball putting the uniforms back on the players. That was a big seller for me. The swing-off thing, I don't have a problem with for an All-Star game. I don't want to see that in a regular season game, although I think it would be fun. Like, hey, you're tied in the 9th inning, and it's Schwarber, Harper, and the Phillies don't even really have a third guy. Who would be
Turner?
the third? Who would be the third Philly?
Turner?
Maybe Kepler?
Oof.
Castellanos? I mean, Castellanos hitting 48-mile-per-hour pitches might work.
Maybe.
No sliders. There's no sliders coming at him in this situation.
He might swing too hard, though.
Right. You get the swing off of Schwarber and Harper and one other guy. Actually, you don't even need 3 guys. You just do 2. In the regular season game, you just do 2. 3 guys is too many. But I don't want to see that happen in a regular season.
Yeah, Schwarber said after the game that he doesn't think it would be a great idea for a real baseball game. But he said it was fun for the All-Star game.
Mike Gill, Clarence from Delaware. What's up, Clarence from Delaware? Kyle Schwarber did what all Philly wanted him to do. He set Philly up for years. All-Star game, win, and MVP. Yeah, I mean, it was fun last night. Listen, do I think, you should win the MVP because you win the swing-off? Maybe, I guess. I mean, if the score is 6-6 in that situation, I guess he's the guy that won the thing for you. Even his teammates were saying, MVP. Yep. But it was a lot of fun. Like, the National League, Alonso, I saw that home run. That's when I turned. It was off Bubik. He hit the ball opposite field, right field. Yep. Corbin Carroll saw the home run. Actually, I didn't see the Corbin because he hit it off Mize. I saw the replay of that. So I missed. I don't know what I was doing in that 6th inning.
I don't know. Maybe took a shower.
Yeah, maybe I flipped back over to maybe the Sixers Summer League game wasn't like I flipped over to watch, saw Bubik pitching. He's on my fantasy team. Then I flipped back. And that's when I was like, there's 58 seconds left. I mean, they scored 58 points. How is this game over? It's crazy.
Summer League.
Yeah. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Let us know. Did you watch the All-Star game? Did it win you over? Did the All-Star game, did you say to yourself, you know what? That was fun. I had no interest in the All-Star game, and I actually said, you know what? That's fun. So I can certainly admit that I went in with no expectations and left by saying that was more fun than I anticipated. I like the All-Star game more than I like the Derby.
Well, listen, I told you, I agree with you at the length of the Derby.
And I like the swing-off better than I like the Derby.
To me, though, I still like the Derby. I like the drama of it. But you're right. It's too long. If you could take that thing and condense it, I think it would be better.
All right, more Sports Bash coming up today. We got a busy show for you, including The Eagles are inside a week. They'll be on the practice field on this day next week. The Eagles will be on the practice field. We have a poll question at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. You can follow, watch the show, and vote over there right now. Here's the poll question. With the Eagles starting practice next week, who's the biggest threat in the NFC? Is it one of these teams, the Lions, Rams, Packers, Commanders, or is it someone else? Vote at 973 ESPN or leave a comment on which team's the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC. Where do you think the listeners are voting right now?
I would assume most people will go with the last thing they saw, which was the Rams. The Rams were the only team that gave the Eagles a legitimate fight in the postseason.
All right. Well, right now, the votes are coming in. One team has 50% of the votes. One team has 26% of the votes. One team has 23% of the votes. And one of those fours does not have one vote.
Wow. Like, not even a single
Not
vote.
one vote. Not one. Vote now at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. Flyer schedule's out, by the way. The opener, Thursday, October the 9th. Sounds like it's going to be on Rock 104. Just a hunch. Thursday night, football, hockey, October.
Right. Yeah.
All right, our sister station will carry that for you. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. 228 Sports Bash Live on a quiet Wednesday. Not a whole heck of a lot going on. MVP Kyle Schwarber, Sixers Summer League last night. How many of you watched VJ Edgecombe? I was watching with my girlfriend last night. I said, hey, you're going to want to watch 77. He's the guy to watch. 77. She says, why the hell would a guy pick number 77? Yeah, I don't like the number for Edgecombe. Talk him out of that. Somebody talk him out of that. Got to get him a new number. 77, no bueno. What else is happening? Well, I don't know how many people have read this long-form piece on Joel Embiid. I mean, I've been reading it. It's taken me like over 2 hours. I started reading this thing around noon. It's 2:30, and I still can't get through the whole thing. It is riveting. It is a great, great piece on Joel Embiid. We're going to talk about it a little bit later on in the show. Right now, we'll talk everything with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And, Mike, we talked about the Derby on Monday. I wasn't all that into the Derby, a little monotonous, too long for me. I wasn't into the All-Star game last night, but I got to say, I flipped over after the Summer League game in the 6th inning, and they kept me the rest of the way. I think the uniforms pulled me in, man, the unis.
Yeah, I agree 110%. It was great to see them wearing their regular uniforms and not the monstrosities that they had worn the past couple of years or that they wear during the home run derby. So just that contrast of different guys in different uniforms. And then I like the ending. I mean, I understand it's an all-star game and, guys are, you don't have a lot of pitches there and half the players had probably already left the stadium by the time the 10th inning would have rolled around. So I thought the ending was outstanding. And then, Kyle Schwarber does Kyle Schwarber things, and boom, he's the MVP.
He is the MVP. He hits the 3 Titanic blasts. I love the way he goes out on his knee, and he's just kind of watching it. Great drama there. Edwin Diaz, the Met, blows the game. So it was a perfect night for Phillies fans.
There you go. Though Pete Alonso did hit a home run, so there you go. He helped the National League build that 6-0, 7-0 lead, whatever they had. But I thought it was an entertaining game, Mike. And I know a lot of people make a lot about All-Star games and stuff like that. But the bottom line is baseball, starts in February at spring training, ends in October. They need a break at the middle of the season for 4 or 5 days. And I think of all the All-Star games, and the baseball All-Star game isn't perfect, but out of all the All-Star games, and this is kind of a backhanded compliment, at least the All-Star game is the baseball All-Star game is watchable, at the very
much. Yeah, well, Mike, you make a great point is, like, you're watching, like, even if they're using it, like Mizorowski, people were saying 5 games, why, forget the fact that maybe 5 games isn't enough, but when he went out there, you saw a guy throwing 102 miles an hour, and you have to try to hit that. There's no half-assing it. You've got to try to connect on that. And when Rosarena got a base hit, he had a big smile on his face. The kid did like, man, I gave him my best stuff, and one of the best in the league hit me. And that was the cool part about it is these guys are giving it their all. There's no Olay on defense. There's no, hey, here's a 85-mile-per-hour fastball down the middle. This guy's throwing 102 at you. Try to hit it if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Of all the games, it kind of and what's the proper way to say this or the right way to say it? It kind of upholds the integrity of the game, right? I mean, the basketball All-Star game is an abomination with how they don't play defense. Football, they don't even play anymore, which is completely understandable. I think hockey, with what they did with the Four Nations tournament, was outstanding also. But before that, when they just tried to play, East versus West or conference versus conference, you get a 12-10 final in hockey. Last night, at least when you watch the baseball All-Star game, you're watching a baseball game. And like you said, the pitcher is still trying to get the hitter out. The hitter is still trying to get hits. They're not throwing batting practice, except until the game was tied in extra innings, and then they were throwing batting practice.
Well, yes, they were throwing batting practice, and you wrote last night on the X platform, Schwarber has to be the MVP, right? He hit 3 home runs off a guy pitching 65 miles an hour. That gets you the MVP, I guess, in the world we live in today.
Yeah, in that sort of case, in that sort of case it is, and probably make Phillies fans happy because if Schwarber hadn't won it, the National League had protected that lead. Maybe Pete Alonso, the polar bear, would have been the MVP.
Yeah.
So Schwarber not only gets the National League the win, the W, but he also takes the MVP away from Pete Alonso.
Mike, we both enjoy it. Sounds like the All-Star game. I think that was fun. That was a good job of them getting back. I said to really enhance this weekend, I don't know if we talked about this on Monday, I would do do the Derby, shorten that thing up to a half hour, 45 minutes, probably 45 minutes for the Derby, and then incorporate the Savannah Bananas and play some banana ball and put that and make the whole weekend. Seriously, you would bring in a whole new crowd of people to both games.
Yeah, well, you see what you can do. I agree with you on the home run derby. To me, it's complicated. It seems to me like the rules change every year, and it does drag a little bit. I think it takes about 2.5, 3 hours for it to complete. They got to get that thing down to 90 minutes to 2 hours and simplify the rules. I'm never sure. Every year it seems like the rules are different. You're getting bonus balls for hitting the ball 425 feet. Are you getting 3 outs? Are you getting 10 swings? I don't know. Maybe we need to go back to that show from the 50s, home run derby, and just, go back to that sort of format. But I agree with you. Simplify the rules to that home run derby and shorten that thing up to 90 minutes to 2 hours and get out of there. It does tend to drag a little bit.
All right, Mike, we're at the All-Star break. Phillies 55-41. The Metropolitans a half game behind them, 55-42. We talked about this when they played each other a couple of weeks ago. They had the same record. They have about the same record here now. Who feels better about where they are at the break?
Well, let me say this, and I think the Mets right now are in a better position for two reasons. And one of those reasons is the bullpen. Edwin Diaz not blowing the game last night aside. I think in a 3-2 game against a quality team like the Dodgers, like the Cubs, like the Brewers, whose bullpen do I like the most? As of today, July 16th, 17th, whatever it is, I like the Mets bullpen more. Now, that might change if Dave Dombrowski gets done what he's got to get done in the next 2 weeks. The other reason I like the Mets is the Mets hit home runs. The Phillies do not hit home runs. The Mets can send guys up there, and they can change the game with one swing of a bat. Lindor can do it. Soto can do it. Brandon Nimmo can do it. Alonso can do it. Brett Beatty can do it. Mark Vientos can do it. For some reason, and the Phillies' home run numbers are way down, and when you look at it, I think that's a big problem for this team going forward. So I like the Mets because of the bullpen and their power and their ability to change the game with one swing.
It'll be interesting to see what both these teams do. Right now, Dave Dombrowski on the clock. He needs bullpen help. He needs right-handed bat help. Who needs more help, the Mets or the Phillies? Who have more holes to try to plug at the deadline?
I think it's the Phillies because they need two bullpen arms and maybe a batter. Now, you look at the Mets, I think their lineup is pretty good. I don't think they need to change their lineup. I think they've got the answers there. The Mets need starting pitching help. So if you're going to tell me it's harder to go out and get a starter or two as opposed to a bullpen guy, yeah, it probably is. But if you're just going to say who needs more players, it's probably the Phillies. But if the Phillies fix that bullpen, they might vault ahead of the Mets in my mind. That's what it basically comes down to in my mind.
Like to see a swing off between Lindor, Alonso, Soto against Schwarber, Harper. I don't know who the third guy is. Who's the third guy for the Phillies in the swing off?
That's my point.
Yep.
That's my point, Mike, right? Who's the third guy? I mean, where is the team? Like, you look at the Phillies. When I look at the Phillies, I thought, I thought Trey Turner, 15 to 20 home runs. I thought Bryson Stott, 15 to 20 home runs. I thought, Castellanos, 25 to 30. Harper, obviously injured, having a down season a little bit. He can turn it around in the second half. You think you get more power out of JT Realmuto. The Phillies just don't hit home runs. And, baseball, what's baseball about? Baseball is about pitching and hitting home runs. There's no greater weapon in baseball than the 3-run homer. And right now, the Phillies' lack of power, their inability to change that game with one swing, I think that's a problem going forward.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I talked about this yesterday. The bullpen is kind of like an offensive line, right? It's never sexy to have bullpen guys. They don't want to spend money. They're very volatile. But if you don't have an offensive line, you can have great skill position players. The Phillies have a ton of great starting pitching, but if the bullpen lets them down, you could go 8 innings in the game, and if the bullpen blows it in the bottom of the ninth, you're screwed. So the Phillies' offensive line, a.k.a. their bullpen, is a huge deficiency between these two teams right now. Other than that, they're pretty close. It'll be fun to see what the second half brings for both of the Phillies and the Mets. And right now, it's a two-team race in the NL because the Marlins are actually in third place in the National League East. So we'll see. How important is the division versus the wild card, Mike?
I think it's hugely important, Mike. First of all, you look at the standings, and I know that the Mets are in, the wild card lead right now, or right there in the wild card race. But there's no guarantee that if you don't win the National League East, that you're going to grab a wild card spot, because there's a lot of other, there's a lot of contenders this year. There's the Padres, there's the Giants, there's the Brewers, there's the Cubs. So there's no guarantee that if you don't win the division, you're going to be in the playoffs. And you want to get that. You don't want to play that wild card series. You want to play as little of the least amount of games as possible to get to a World Series. More games you play, the more stuff can go wrong.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. The baseball season, the Phillies will actually open up on Friday as they take on Mike Trout and the Angels. And, of course, that will be a nice homecoming for Trout. I'm sure it's going to be a big crowd, as always, at Citizens Bank Park. But the Phillies take on the Angels this weekend, and that will be their first series back from the All-Star break. The Phillies did set up their pitching rotation. Wheeler will not start the first game. I guess the way they set this pitching up, they went with Luzardo, Walker, Suarez, Wheeler, Sanchez. I guess, starting Luzardo and then Walker in that number 2 spot. People would say, what the heck are you doing with Walker in the second spot there? Why did they set their pitching up like this?
Well, I think they're trying to push guys back as far as possible, give rest as possible. Wheeler, of course, the All-Star game to get the rest, so you maximize his rest by not throwing him on Friday. Same thing with Sanchez. These guys have thrown a lot of innings. You're trying to maximize their rest and make sure they're at their best in October. So I think that's really all it is about, is just pushing those guys back and giving them as much rest as possible so they'll be at their best for the second half and in October.
All right, Mike, let's switch gears. Gut punch was the way it was described by Brian Windhorst. Paul George injury, a gut punch to the Sixers. Now, it's July, arthroscopic knee surgery he needed to get again. Confidence level that Paul George is ready to go at the start of the season?
Zero. I mean, zero. I mean, you can't get an arthroscopic surgery in the middle of July and tell me you're going to be ready October 1st or Halloween or whatever it is. I mean, and then what's he, 34, 35 years old? I mean, I just have, again, it's nothing personal against the 76ers. I feel for the franchise. It does really seem like they're cursed or, what the deal is. But until you see those guys out there, I can't believe they're going to be out there. And, yeah, my confidence level is zero. And my confidence level on seeing Embiid opening night is at a 0.5.
Embiid, did you read this article today on Embiid? Have you got a chance to sit down and read this yet?
I have not got a chance. I saw it and was about to delve into it, but I have not gotten a chance to actually, delve into it at this point.
All right, I don't know how far through. I've been reading it for about 2 hours. Of course, I'm doing things. I'm going back and forth here.
Right.
I'm at a point now where he's talking about the series against the Knicks when he has the Bell's palsy. And Nick Batum is quoted in here saying, I sat next to him in the locker room. I saw his knee before and after every game. I just shook my head and said, I have no idea how you can even walk. He asked him after the game if there was a chance he thought Embiid would play. He says, nope, there is no chance. And they said it wasn't just his knee. They said it's his knee, it's his eye, it's the Bell's palsy, it's the whole system. He basically stayed up overnight to get treatment on the knees. He said, I don't think I could play another minute. Then he would go out there and basically, do whatever he did. But you really do feel for the guy that his body is just not letting him be the player that he can be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't question Joel Embiid's desire to play the game or how good he is.
You might not, Mike, but there's been plenty of questions from people who just think he's a losing player.
Well, I think people that think like that are just foolish. I mean, Joel Embiid wants to play, and when he's out there and at his best, he's clearly one of the top players in the NBA. I just think it's an unfortunate situation from two vantage points. And prominently, I think the 76ers did Embiid an injustice by not getting the proper type of guys around him to sort of be, a Robin to Joel Embiid's Batman. I've said for years they needed somebody on the perimeter that could create shots on their own, because it's not fair to expect a team, an NBA team or any basketball team, to play through a big guy in the fourth quarter. And every attempt that they tried to develop that guy, be it Ben Simmons, be it Markelle Fultz, be it, countless other guys, they haven't been able to get that number two guy, that Pippen to Jordan, that Lambeer to Isaiah Thomas. They haven't been able to get that guy to maximize Embiid's talent. And the other thing is, it's just the history of big men in the NBA. Yao Ming, Greg Oden, tens of other big men. They just don't have the length of career. Their bodies almost just can't. They're so big, their bodies almost just can't stand the stress of playing NBA games. And I think you're seeing that with Embiid right now.
Yeah, one of these, by the way, he averaged 33 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists in that series. But he said he had nothing left in the games. The adrenaline wore off. He said, quote, I knew I only had about 2 quarters. My body was just like, nope, that's it. There's nothing more I could do. And I only shot about 10% in the fourth quarter because basically had no legs left.
Yeah, I mean, that's the history of Joel Embiid in the fourth quarter of the playoffs. You look at him in the fourth quarter. Even the Atlanta game, Game 7, the game where Simmons passes up the dunk, and everybody remembers that. But look at Embiid's stat line in the fourth quarter of that game. If Simmons had not passed up the dunk, Embiid would be the villain in that game because of how poorly he played in the fourth quarter. And he played poorly in the fourth quarter of those Knicks series. And that's why I'm saying the team kind of failed him, because they needed a guy to come through in those final 7-8 minutes of the game, create some shots and have the ability to score and get Embiid and the rest of the Sixers over the finish line. It's almost like Embiid had dragged you to the finish line through the first 3 quarters, but they couldn't get another player just to take that final step. And I think at the end of the day, when they write the history of Joel Embiid's, time in Philadelphia, that to me is going to be the headline. They never got a guy who could help him take the final step.
Well, I will say this. There's a section of this article that talks about the shoving situation last year with Marcus Hayes and the fact that there was a team meeting and that somebody leaked it. And Embiid says, I know who it is. And he says, I will never trust them again because of that. Whoever that person is, and he thinks he's still in the organization, Embiid is still not forgetting that whole moment. So you wonder what the relationship has turned into between him, if it was a teammate of his, if it was a front office member or somebody. But Embiid does say, it's just, I'm not going to say who it is, but I do know who it is. And, I'll leave it at that. But that whole situation last year, if that's something that he still, and then he talks about how someone in the front office, I wish, would have basically said, he says, you're not playing. He says, in those situations, you wish someone upstairs had your back and says, this is not okay, you're not playing. Because Joel is saying, I'm so competitive that I will not allow myself to let my teammates down. I don't care if people call me soft. I'm there. I don't want to quit on my team. But he's saying he wishes someone in the organization would have told him not to play.
Well, I don't really like that quote from him because, these guys are professional athletes and, they have certain leeway. And Joel Embiid being a superstar, nobody in the Phillies or in the Sixers organization is going to go up to Joel Embiid and tell him he's not playing. They'll make recommendations, but the final decision is with him. And that's in superstars in all sports. Mike, do you think anybody in the Phillies, who do you think decides when Bryce Harper plays? Bryce Harper, he decides when he plays. He decides when he comes back from injuries. He makes the decision. And I think what Embiid has to do is maybe be like Bryce Harper a little bit. Bryce Harper wants to play more than anything, but he has a wrist injury, and he was the guy who said, boy, this has hurt me so much. Let me shut it down and be smart and try to get back and be healthy. Embiid has to think like that. You're a superstar in sports. They decide when they play. Nobody else does.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Kind of a fun article. If you get a chance to read this article, we're actually going to have the writer on tomorrow's show. We'll have that for you tomorrow here on the Sports Best. But check it out, everybody. It's Joel Embiid, the Sixers star, sees you. It's over at ESPN.com. Hey, Mike, appreciate it as always, pal.
All right, and Mike, one last thing. We got our final Mount Rushmore. The winner of our vote will be revealed tomorrow morning in the paper and online. So everybody check in at pressofac.com to see who joins Mike Trout, Kathy Rush, and Chris Ford on the Cape Atlantic League Mount Rushmore.
Check that out over at pressofac.com and vote over there. Mike McGarry's back on Friday, and he'll reveal the winner of that. All right, Mike McGarrett from the Press of Atlantic City here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, we got so much more to get into today, including this Embiid article. We'll get deeper into it. There is a ton of stuff in here. Plus, you can vote biggest threat to the Eagles at 973 ESPN. Vote now. We'll look at the results on the other side. 2:53 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. At Mike Gill Show on the Twitter X platform. You can watch the show there or on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, like, be a part of the show. All right. Biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC. Lions, Rams, Packers, Commanders, or someone else. Vote at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN. Right now the votes are coming in. 51% going with one of the teams. 27% going with another team, 21% going with a third team, and 0%. Still no one has voted for this team. Which one is it?
I mean, I got to guess if it's one of the NFC North teams, so I don't know, maybe the Packers?
Not one person thinks the Packers are a threat to the Eagles in the NFC, but 51% think the Rams are the biggest threat. More coming up. Sports Bash. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. You can watch each and every day at Mike Gill Show. Be a part of the show, 609-403-0973. So I've been trying to get through this Embiid article. We're going to have the guy who wrote the article on the show tomorrow. Dotun Akintoye wrote the article for ESPN.com. He did it over a series of times, sitting down with Embiid in his house, sitting down with Daryl Morey, Nick Nurse, and others, talked to different Sixer players like Nick Batum and others during the time there in Philadelphia. It goes all the way back to his time being drafted, his childhood, his high school days, his family life growing up, and everywhere in between. I mean, I don't even know that I'm 75% through the story, and it's 3 o'clock. I started around noon. So it is definitely something you got to have some time for. But I do think it's worth reading, number one. I know a lot of people out there look at Embiid and just either A, think he's cooked, don't care about whether or not he's hurt or not. But you do get a very interesting dive into his past and how he grew up. And maybe, and I've talked about this before, I think he comes over here and looks at the way we treat sports and probably thinks, what the hell is wrong with people? Right? I mean, he talked about his upbringing from his parents that, they really very private, quiet people. Then he went to high school. They basically shipped him over to the States, and he played in Florida, I think it was, at Mount Verde. Yeah. And he's like, I was very alone. I was by myself this whole time. And some people just don't care, don't want to hear that. But there's a lot of stuff from him growing up. He never played this game, didn't know much about it. Then he misses the time with the broken foot. We've all heard a lot of the stories of this, of where Embiid's past was and how he got here. He gets drafted. He breaks the navicular bone. The thing didn't heal. They had to do it again. He didn't trust any of the people that were working on his foot. Then there was the lack of trust between him and the organization. That whole relationship was fractured. So you get to the point where he's now in the playoffs. He's broken face. He's got the Bell's palsy. He's got the knee problem. People were basically saying, how are you even playing? And it talks about the highs of hey, he's in the middle of this season. I tweeted this out at Mike Gill Show. In December of 2023, the Sixers were 8-1 with Embiid on the floor. Listen to the numbers. This is in 2023, December. All right, it's 2 Decembers ago. We had last year and the year before. He averaged 40 points, 13 rebounds, and shot 60% from the floor. I mean, we were looking at an unstoppable force, pretty much. And it is sad to think that his body will not allow him potentially to be that guy. And that is a lot of where we are in the article now, is that he was actually getting better from his MVP season. He was improving upon his MVP season to this guy when his body has essentially broke down on him. And, the author asked him straight up, he said, I talked to Daryl Morey. And this is an interesting part because Morey gets a lot of heat for signing that contract, right? For making the decision to sign the contracts for Paul George and Joel Embiid. And he said, in September, Morey and the Sixers owners bet $192 million on a 3-year extension that will pay Joel Embiid $70 million at age 34. They bet on George's 4 years, $212 to do contract, a deal for a skillful but diminishing player whose value as a premium third option can only be justified if he's the elite supplement to a championship-winning superstar. Embiid is the kind of player you double down on. No, triple down on. You lose your job over him. And that's basically what Morey is saying. Joel Embiid is the player you get fired for. You do get fired for Joel Embiid. So that's where we are so far in the article. There's a lot of childhood, background, process years. He seemingly is getting into his relationship with Hinkie. Haven't got quite far there, but we know he has a relationship that he is very, I don't want to say resentful, but he is very aware that Hinkie did draft him, and he has some homages to him throughout his tenure in Philadelphia and, throughout his life. I'm at a point now where he's talking about the burner accounts. So I'm starting to get to that part of the article as well.
So if I could just play a little devil's advocate with you, because I kind of want to ask you some questions, because you've read more of the article than I have so far. I've barely gotten through the first 10, 12% of it. But just kind of like to play devil's advocate. So number one, do you think people really care about Joel Embiid's upbringing and that his background?
I do not think people care about that at all. Now, I think people lack compassion, lack empathy towards your upbringing. But I think the people that don't care about it are people who probably have problems in their upbringing.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because, and I'm not criticizing the article, but I'm trying to kind of sift through this. So what do you think then the purpose of putting that information in the article is?
Well, I think he's taking you through this this guy's life of where he started, how he got here, the disconnect that
trying
maybe
to create
he has.
some more context.
I think so. And I don't think it's not meant to change anyone's opinion. I don't think, because I think most people either think the way they do, or they're either compassion and have empathy, or they don't. Mm-hmm. So they say, I don't care about this guy's upbringing. Who the hell cares? Now, if you're somebody else and you're saying, you know what, man, I can relate to, I didn't have this in my life, or I didn't have that in my life, so now I can kind of relate to why his mindset might be different from. But there are a lot of people out there who look at him and say, I don't care. I just want you to play basketball.
So my next thing I want to know from you is, because you talked about the conversations that the writer had with the other people, not just Joel, obviously. It's Nicholas Batum, it's Daryl Morey. Has there been a part of this article so far where someone not named Joel Embiid said something that kind of made you step back and say, now that's something new?
I don't know that I'm that far. The only comments from teammates so far have been the Batum stuff that said, I looked at his knee before and after every game, and I kept asking myself, how the heck is this guy even playing?
Well, I think that's an important thing to bring up, because I brought this up on my show on Saturday, which is, Mike, you have talked about before. Go back to not this past year, but the year before, when Joel Embiid got pulled from that Nuggets game, 30 minutes.
Well, quick, just to add to it, as I'm just thinking about this.
Go ahead, yeah.
There are comments from Grant Hill and his time with the Olympics that talked about how important they felt he was to the Olympic team.
Okay.
That basically they wouldn't have won certain games. And people look at that whole Olympic thing as a failure. Apparently, he didn't play in some of the games because he got sick, and the doctor's orders were for him to not play. So a couple of games he didn't play at all.
Right.
And that was because he got sick when he was over there and did not play. I don't know that I've ever heard that before.
I never knew that.
But Grant Hill, they talked about when Embiid. So apparently the French national team gave Joel an ultimatum of when they wanted him to say he was going to play for them or not. And he said, screw you guys.
Right.
You're not giving me an ultimatum. When I'm ready to make my decision, I'll make my decision. He said the next morning he called Grant Hill and said, I'm going to play for Team USA, and that Team USA felt that he was the final piece, and that basically when he showed up to practice, it was clear and evident that he was the best player on the floor, and then he got sick.
Right.
So you talked about, are there any comments in there from other people? That part I just kind of...
Well, I think that's an important one, because I think that brings up,
because a lot of people look at that, Olympic tenure as a complete failure.
Right. Well, they look at Embiid and say he shouldn't have gone. He should have rested. He should have recovered. And people speculated, this has never been proven, but it's been speculated that Joel Embiid made the knee worse at the Olympics. But now we're finding out
doesn't really talk about that part of it.
But what we're finding out, you just said, is that apparently Embiid got sick over there. So part of the reason why I wasn't playing wasn't the knee.
Yeah, let me find that part about it.
But I'm saying it wasn't the knee, Grant Hill said. It was because he got sick. That's something completely different.
He did not play in the Olympics, not because of the injury, but because he had an illness.
See, that's important, because the conjecture was that Joel Embiid didn't play certain games because of his conditioning or because of the knee.
Embiid was excited to do the little things. He geeked out about setting screens for Steph Curry, but he promptly got sick, really sick. Nobody really knows how sick. In the rain at the opening ceremonies, traveling from Paris to Lille apart from the rest of the team, he played wanly against Serbia in the first game of the round robin and sat out the next game on orders from team doctors. But his presence was vital in the medal rounds, though, especially in the semifinals rematch against Serbia. For the first and only time at the Paris Games, they trailed in the fourth quarter, and Embiid and Curry led the comeback. Embiid scored 7 consecutive points. Quote, "We do not beat Serbia without him. Us being patient with Joel paid off."
That's a very important tidbit because, again,
there's
nothing about the knee.
There's nothing in this here.
And also, there's nothing about conditioning. Nowhere in that you read that they'd say, hey, Joel Embiid came in, he was out of shape. Because remember, that was the other conjecture, right? The other conjecture people made was, Joel Embiid isn't playing because he's out of shape.
I do not see that in this Olympic article.
So this is good clarification because now we're getting clarification about some of the speculation and rumors about Embiid during the Olympics were, to quote the movie, not true,
Yeah, I'm trying to look back here real quick. He said that they met. He thought it was going to be for 15 minutes, Hill said. He ended up talking to him for hours, and he said that he was very thoughtful, very smart, very engaging, a lot of depth. I don't know if he's accurately or adequately portrayed is what
Oh, he's
Grant
definitely
Hill
not
said.
adequately or accurately portrayed. I think we all can confirm that.
Right. Embiid decided to report to camp for Team USA and, quote, he was not at his best. But we were patient. We knew we needed him. We had been working daily with Hanlon and Kaspar by his side in the weeks leading up to the camp.
So they brought the trainer with them.
Trainer and his shot guy. By the time Team USA was in France preparing for its first match of the group stage against Serbia, Hill says Embiid was, quote, the best player on the court.
And that goes back
and
to
then he got sick, really sick.
And if I can just, go rewind machine, you've always talked about you would go through the process again just for Joel Embiid because he's that special of a player.
And that then fast forward in the article is essentially what Morey is saying. He gets ripped for signing Embiid to that extension. And in Morey's case, what he's saying is he's the kind of guy you get fired for. You take the gamble on that player because you need that level of player to win. If you don't have that level of player, you're not winning anyway. So you take your chance with that level of player.
So now if we can rewind to the other question I wanted to ask you about.
Okay.
So you mentioned about what Nicholas Batum was saying about the knee.
Mm-hmm.
So not this past year, but the year before, when Joel Embiid was ruled out of the Nuggets game 30 minutes before. Remember that whole fiasco on a Saturday afternoon? Sixers are playing in Denver. Joel Embiid's supposed to play in 30 minutes for the game. All of a sudden, he's out. He can't play. The next time he played, he was laboring up and down the court. And, Mike, you said, I don't understand how this guy is allowed to play and nobody else sees that he should not be playing. And then the very next game is when, Kuminga fell on his knee?
Yeah.
And he was done for the rest of the regular season. So my mind goes to the question about the knee. Again, let's repurpose your question from 2 years ago now. Batum is saying, I'm looking at his knee and I'm saying, I understand how this guy can play. So again, how are people letting this guy play if he's that injured?
Well, this goes back to something that is talked about in here. He's saying, listen, I'm never going to let my team down and quit on them. If I can play, I'm going to play. Then the part of it is, and McGarry kind of disagreed with, he said, Embiid essentially said he wishes someone would tell him from above, no, you're not playing, to which McGarry kind of said, we had Mike McGarry on last hour, he said, look, you're Joel Embiid, you kind of dictate whether you want to play or not. I don't know if I wholeheartedly agree with that. If the doctor's saying, hey, you're not going to be cleared to play, and Joel says, screw you, I'm playing, I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's hard because there's two sides of that. On one hand, yes, you want somebody to sit Joel Embiid down and explain to him, dude, you really cannot do this. But on the flip side, there is a part of you that the player also knows his own body, right? And the player should have an awareness to be like, yeah, I'm not right, I'm not good. And if I'm out there, I'm not actually helping my team.
Yeah, that whole situation with Golden State that night, I really look back at that night and say, how did they let him play? I mean, it was painful to watch him go up and down the floor. But they also kind of, I think this is in the article. I got to go back and try to find it. Things pretty long.
Well, I mostly thought of it because of what Batum was saying about the knee. The comments from Batum, because, again, it goes back to one of the things that, at least from my experience, Mike, whenever I talk to people, I meet people out and about, right? And I talk to them about sports. One of the biggest questions I've always gotten over the years is fans don't understand how we can see something is wrong, how we can see something isn't working or something isn't right, but yet the people who are on the bench in the organization don't see what we see. And I think the Batum thing, his comments amplify that concern that people have, the concern that how does Nicholas Batum, Mike Gill, Josh Hennig, everybody listening on 97.3, we all see the same thing, but yet no one's doing anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, it is perplexing sometimes where, like, the whole Dave Dombrowski, how did he see and how did he come to terms and how did anybody say, let's sign off on signing Max Kepler?
Right.
When, am I a Major League Baseball scout executive? No. I feel like I have pretty good knowledge of the game and played at a very high level at one point years ago, not anytime recently, but I feel like I know the game and can kind of dictate to say, I don't know that Max Kepler is a good fit here. And that's without saying he stinks. Now, Max Kepler stinks right now, but even if he was an average player, I don't know that he's a great fit here. So you scratch your head and say, how does someone who's a baseball executive who's won a World Series, how does he say this guy fits in our lineup?
Right.
It's perplexing.
And I think, and again, that's where the Batum comments really have to make you wonder. And again, I'm not accusing anyone of everything, but there has been a long-term view from a lot of Sixer fans, right, that the organization has mishandled and mismanaged Joel.
Well, and this article talks about how he's had a lack of trust in the organization, and they've battled at that, and there's certain things that, they said when he first got here, they had an intern working with him as, like, his trainer. They didn't even have, like, a full-paid trainer on the staff to work with him. They had an intern, so he, like, lost trust in them there. And, this goes back to, again, the root of, like, his brother died.
Right.
He didn't want to play. They had to basically, like, kind of almost
sit down.
They said he was, like, hanging by a thread of whether he even wanted to play in the NBA or
right,
not at
that
that
story
point.
From, oh, my goodness, who's the guy you had on? The guy who wrote the book.
Ron Weitzman.
Ron Weitzman. He had the story about how Brett Brown went to Joel Embiid's apartment and, like, sat down and talked to him for hours.
Yeah. Well, this one's interesting because he says, I think this is from Nick Nurse. Quote, I think people forget he had a real injury at Golden State. But leading up to that point, he was playing the best basketball of his life, some of the best basketball we've ever seen. He was averaging 35 points in 34 minutes. He was outpacing Wilt Chamberlain on his way to becoming only the second player in history to score more than a point a minute. The Sixers were 26-7 before he injured his knee at Golden State. Now, you would say before he injured his knee at Golden State, it appears he was already injured because
Exactly.
Nick Nurse just said, I think people forget he had a real injury at Golden State.
And that's why, to me, if Nick Nurse says that to me, my first response to him is, well, if Embiid is having this historic year and he was already injured before a Golden State game, why did you let him play?
Right. Now, keep this in mind for the people who are like, oh, Joel, he stinks. He scored at least 30 points in 22 consecutive games. It's the fifth longest 30-point stretch in history. He had 16 straight games with at least 30 points and 10 rebounds. Only Kareem had a longer streak. The Sixers went 8-1. He averaged 40 points, 13 rebounds, and shot over 60% from the floor. He had a 51.12 rebound game. He had a 70.18 rebound game. Not bad.
Not bad. It's a nice one way of putting it.
But he missed the next 2 months after the Golden State game, recovering from the meniscus surgery. He returned for the playoffs. The Sixers won their final 8 games when he came back. So he goes out. They are 26-7. Then he goes away. The team is in the play-in round. He returns late to make a playoff push, and the Sixers win their final 8 games of the season. They go into the playoffs, and then obviously they lose to the Knicks in that series, in which he averaged in that series, what was it? They showed he averaged 33 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists, and they lost.
But again, you wouldn't have been in that situation if you never would have let him play in the Golden State game. Again, it's the bigger picture of, if you're a fan, this only fuels your frustrations with the organization.
Right. So he says, I hope one day someone makes a show or whatever, writes a book about it. Embiid says about his time with the Sixers. Quote, we went from GMs having burner accounts, so it's obvious that bothers him. Like,
should
that
bother him.
stands out to him. That's the first thing he says. He says, and then we've had great guys that we drafted, but then again, stuff happened that no one could ever figure out. Because he's talking about Fultz and Simmons and all that stuff.
Yep.
He says the drama, Sam Hinkie being kicked out, bringing in the Colangelos. So it's obvious that the Hinkie thing bothers him, and that he didn't see eye to eye with Colangelo.
Which, by the way, that comment right there should make more Sixer fans look at Joel and see a kindred spirit.
He says, and that's what I'm talking about. When I talk about continuity, it starts at the top. So it's obvious that he's recognizing that the constant turnover in the front office has been a problem, because he seems like he can't trust Colangelo. Obviously seems on that list. I mean, Colangelo was a total buffoon. So good for Joel for calling that idiot out. I'm glad to hear that.
Finally.
I would hate to see that Joel and Colangelo got along. That would make me disappointed, because that guy was the biggest freaking fraud there ever was. That whole situation gets me so angry. One of the one things in sports that I do get legitimately kind of angry about is how Brian Colangelo got a shot to run that team from his fraud father, who's one of the biggest frauds out there, Jerry Colangelo, and then Brian Colangelo, who got a job on the coattails of his fraud dad. The two Colangelos are two of the biggest frauds in the history of the NBA. You got Jerry Colangelo gets praised because he ran USA basketball at a time where there wasn't anybody overseas that could walk and chew gum.
Meanwhile, Brian Colangelo now is apparently in witness protection because no one's seen or heard from him since.
Good. He deserves to live in misery, that guy.
That's the problem. He's probably not in misery. He's probably hiding somewhere with a really nice house and very nice everything.
So that's where I finished at this article, which is still going on. So he obviously is very aware of the Colangelo, the Hinkie getting forced out, the problems that the team has, the lack of stability at the top. Those are things that he verbally kind of points out in that conversation.
So just one more I want to squeeze in here.
Mm-hmm. I'll answer as many as you'd like, Josh.
Do you think, based on what you have read so far, do you think Joel's attitude moving forward, is it a positive? Is it a negative? Is it a neutral?
Well, he is asked in the conversation. He says you are aware that people think that you'll never play and that you are basically done. And let's see. He says it's going to work out. I believe in myself. It's all about doing the right thing. It's going to pay off. There is no question that it will work out. He says, I asked him to look into the abyss of future of salaries that they couldn't live up to and careers they couldn't rescue. He laughed in my face and said, yeah, right.
I'm not fully sure what that means.
Well, I think the guy's saying, what if you're to look down the road, look into the worst case scenario. You have this salary, and what if you can't live up to it and that you'll never play again? And he laughed in his face and said, yeah, right. He says, earlier I asked him a broader version of the question. I asked him to imagine a future when he's finished playing basketball, wherever successes and failures the next few years bring. This is interesting because he said he talked about escaping and traveling with his families, enjoying the fruits of his labor. His face was expectant. Quote, the end looks like y'all would never hear from me again. I can't wait. So this feels like an Andrew Toney situation. He's going to be done playing, and you will never hear from Joel Embiid again.
Although I have trouble believing that because of just, who Joel is. But See, when you have Dotun Akintoye on tomorrow's show, I hope you ask him about when he says the yeah right, because I kind of want like a more description. Like, was that a laugh being like a bleep you laugh? Was that a sarcastic laugh? Like, yeah right, like what kind of
I did see what you're saying, like laughing as if like that question's idiotic or like just wait and see.
Right.
I'll show you. I don't know. All right, I'll try to read as much more as I can in the break coming up and react to that on the other side, because I'm at a part now where he starts to talk about because I've seen some little snippets, and apparently there's a part about him and Harden's relationship, Butler, Simmons, Maxey. So there's a lot more that I'm trying to get to here. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up, plus football at 4, Jeff Mosher, the Nuggets, and more. More Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:32. Mike Gill Show is live on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Follow, watch, subscribe, like. So I'm reading more of this Joel Embiid. He says, for the first time in my whole career, we're not going to push anything. He's making changes this offseason. Now, Morey says he is hopeful Embiid would be back in time for training camp in September. Embiid says, quote, we don't have a timeline. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I ask if the organization supports his new patient approach. Joel Embiid says, quote, I don't know how they feel. The only thing I'd say is this is business. It's all about the results. If I come back early enough and I'm still not myself, guess what? You're not winning any games. Embiid says the only, quote, stain on his career is being ringless. Spent the offseason a picture of thwarted desire, too pained to watch any games, too pained not to pour over the box scores. Quote, I wanted nothing to do with the playoffs, he says. Because of rehab, he hasn't stepped on a court. He's resorted to texting his friend and Pacer star Tyrese Halliburton to offer encouragement during Indiana's run to the finals. It was Halliburton who got Embiid back towards the game. Quote, he kind of got me to, he kept trying to convince me to watch. He tuned in to see Halliburton close out the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. So basically he's saying he got hurt, left, and never watched any basketball. Halliburton and him started texting, and that let him watch a little bit of the stuff, but he has basically cut himself off. But he is saying that I don't know how the Sixers feel. The only thing is it's a business. So I'm done with I'm going to rush back and do what it needs to be done. I'll get there when I'm there. But he acknowledged, if I come back early enough and I'm not myself, guess what? You're not winning any games.
Now, he also
is that a threat?
I don't think it's a threat, but I want to go back to the other part where you talked about, which is he says he doesn't know how the Sixers feel. Well, he doesn't know how the Sixers feel is because in the article he says that he has tons of missed messages, that he is a guy who's a poor communicator. So
yeah, they said his phone has like over 10,000 missed text messages and calls like that. So it stems from the call that he got telling him that his brother died. And he says anytime the phone rings, he always kind of gets like that, almost like a PTSD type of feeling. Right. So he just doesn't have alerts on. Can you imagine that? Living in that life? I'd love to live that life.
First of all, that's a luxury that 98% of our audience has no understanding of. So I don't know if Joel understands how much of a luxury that it is for him. Second of all, I think part of the problem with Joel is that he can sit there and say, well, I don't know how they feel, but then you might know how they feel if you checked your messages. So it's kind of a very odd,
that is true, but it's like,
conundrum.
Right, and then how do they know, like, if something changes? Like, hey, the report times changed or, whatever. Like,
how do you get a hold of the guy then?
There has to be somebody that when the phone rings and it's that person, like, he has a trust with, like, if that's the person who calls him, that'll take the call from?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Do the Sixers have a big Dom who can, like, show up at his house and be like, hey, Joel, it's time to go? You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. Well, the funny part is, I said earlier, the Sixers, when he first got there was an intern working with him. I mean, come on. Can you imagine being that intern? Hey, Joel, like, I mean, what are we doing here? But it talks about how Brett Brown tried to, kind of get him to be like a Tim Duncan. But he said the difference was Duncan had the Spurs organization that was very stable around him. Joel was working in the process organization at that time.
Very different. Now, I will say that the intern thing doesn't surprise me because, I've read like Giannis Antetokounmpo's biography and certain other articles about, apparently that's like a thing where like the intern is like the guy like driving these people around.
That's different. Driving them around. This guy was his trainer.
Oh, that's just poor. Yes. I didn't know he was a trainer.
He was his trainer that they assigned to
Joel.
That's
completely unacceptable. Like, now, maybe Joel didn't know better, but I'm telling you, Mike, if you came to me saying, hey, Josh, for your job, you need to get better at something. Here's an intern to help you with it. I would have been like, are you nuts?
Here's a quote that kind of stands out a little bit. I mean, I don't know what the impact is, but it says, no one knows this, but even James Harden is not talking to me. There's the part I don't like about being that guy because it puts you in the middle of those situations. Because if you ask James, he probably believes I had something to do with him not being here. And I'm just like, I won the scoring title. You won the assist title. We had a pick and roll that was unstoppable. It hurts when you feel like you haven't done anything wrong. When you think you have a relationship like that with somebody, you lose a lot. So he's essentially saying Harden doesn't talk to me anymore because they ended up trading him.
Now, of course, we don't know if he didn't talk to him or not because he didn't check his 10,000 messages.
But how – this is a bizarre situation, though, because Harden requested to be traded because he felt that he got lied to by Harden, by Morey. What does Embiid have to do with that? Like, why would James Harden think that Embiid had anything to do with that deal?
Well, because Harden's delusional. He's the same guy who said, I am the system. I don't fit into the system. Harden's the same guy who basically every step of his career has twisted things to get himself traded from places. So I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere along the way James Harden turned Joel into one of the boogeymen of his life.
Yeah, that one seems like it's bizarre out there. So I'm almost to the end of this thing, I think.
You think? You hope?
Yeah. Yeah, and he talked a little bit about like some of the different injuries here. He says, how do you stop someone from elbowing you in the face? How do you stop someone from falling on your knee? You can't stop that.
You've made that point before, Mike, is that, part of the problem with Joel Embiid's history is some of this
real
stuff
quick,
that's
he's saying
happened to him.
it doesn't matter what type of preparation I've done. I can't stop a guy who fell on me.
Right, and that's part of your point is that when people criticize Joel Embiid, they're forgetting that some of these issues he has no control over. He doesn't have any impact on Markelle Fultz or Pascal Siakam hitting him in the face.
He says, quote, "It's not like I didn't prepare myself. I did." Embiid stirs, fists stuffed in front of his T-shirt. It barely contains the eddying of unreconciled things. He burrows in. There's no place in him safer than this. No narrative more perceptive or elaboratory justifying. He's taking his long view, how far he's come, how much it's cost, and how much he's done. The miracle of it. Quote, "Because if I didn't prepare myself and I didn't work hard, there's no way you start playing at 16 and you get to this level. It's impossible. I don't care what anybody says." And you know the rest.
Well, that's more than fair. I don't think him saying that is wrong or unfair.
Well, that has been one of the arguments on the for Embiid is the guy didn't start playing until he was 16 years old, and now he's the MVP of the NBA. You can't say that he didn't work hard to get to that level. That has always been a little bit of a disconnect for people.
It's a disconnect because when people hear popular former athletes like Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley criticizing Embiid,
who also, though, cannot relate to Embiid's background.
Right, because their backgrounds are completely different.
They all played basketball from the time they could.
Well, they also grew up in a country where the environment and the family dynamics were different.
All of that encompassing, too, the family dynamics. But I'm saying Barkley and Shaq, when did they start playing basketball?
Very young.
6, 7, 8 years old. Embiid didn't start playing basketball until he was 16 years old.
Right, so you have one guy who didn't grow up in that environment. He didn't grow up in the sport. And you have other people who are criticizing him who grew up in the sport and who grew up in the dynamics that come with that sport.
Yeah, I think, that is one thing that I think a lot of basketball fans, particularly Sixer fans, just don't care about. And that's everybody's right. You're all within your right to say, I don't care what his background and upbringing was. But I definitely think it gives you a little bit of insight of why Joel is maybe the way he is. I mean, we all are, what we are based on our upbringing and our, family life and where we're big products of our environments.
Yes.
And Joel was a product of his environment growing up where it mentions in the article about his parents. It says they were very quiet and the whole thing with his when he ended up going to high school and they basically sent him over here, he said it says he hardly bonded with his teammates. They noticed he was distant and they left him alone. He was totally thrown into a totally different world and then thrown into another world within a year. He probably didn't let us in as much as I would have liked. That was from Drew Hanlon. No, actually, this is from his high school coach, guy named something Hansen.
Now, Scott Hansen here.
No, it wasn't.
Well, still, the larger point, though, is that there was always going to be a disconnect for Embiid when it comes to, as you said, certain groups of fans. And I feel like the fans who are going to continue to hate Embiid are probably the same people who hate Rob Thompson, are the same people who say Jalen Hurts is only winning because of the players around him. There's just people out there that they're irrational, and no matter what evidence you present to them, they're just going to believe what they want to believe.
So I guess the long story short on this article, which is a long form article, and the author is going to be on tomorrow's show with us. By the way, tomorrow is Stump the Sports Geek. No Stump the Sports Geek today because we've been doing it on Thursday the last couple of weeks, and on our big board over there it says Stump the Sports Geek, so I thought it was tomorrow, so I didn't prepare, Josh. I'm sorry. You'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Life happens.
People will have to wait till tomorrow. But I don't know that this story is making anybody feel any differently about Joel, because if he's not healthy, that's all anybody cares about. And if he's not healthy, Daryl Morey said it himself on Friday, they really don't have a shot to win.
And listen, I'm not diminishing anything that Dotun Akintoye wrote, okay? I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. But the problem with these kind of articles is you're creating something that might be the most beautiful Pulitzer Prize winning, greatest written thing on the earth, but you're writing about somebody who the people who probably need to read it the most are going to have zero interest in because of how you're contextualizing it. You're forcing people to want to get to know somebody, to understand them, when there's a group of people out there who don't care.
Tell us how you really feel. No, I do agree that there is a portion of a sports fan who uses sports as a release and doesn't want to know or care about the background. It's almost like sports figures are superheroes, and they can't have a real life. And no one wants to hear about your woe is me life when you're making $70 million, which is what Joel will make in a couple of seasons.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, it's because sports fans passionately feel the way they do is why we all have these jobs. It's why Joel Embiid makes millions of dollars. Why you and I have this job is because these sports fans out there are going to passionately say, I don't care that Joel Embiid has a rough life. I want him to play. He's making millions of dollars.
Scotty Scheffler talked a little bit about that this week. It's something that A.J. Brown has brought up.
Many times, A.J.
Yeah,
Brown.
and, today we'll play that Scotty Scheffler spot coming up on the other side here, because I definitely think it was something that, it's kind of similar to the A.J. Brown stuff after the winning the Super Bowl. So we'll play that Scotty Scheffler bite coming up on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Be a part of the show, 609-403-0973. Don't forget, Friday, we're live at Ventnor Social. You can stop out and see the show live from 2 to 6. Get a photo with the Lombardi Trophy. Ventnor Social, Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Come on out and see us. Great time the last time we were there. It's a great spot, man. Just to come see the Saquon Barkley mural on their wall was breathtaking, by the way. So come out this Friday, Ventnor Social, 2 to 6 with the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 351 Sports Bash. So on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day today, it was the V Foundation Day. So a lot of their moments was really spent on a topic much more important than us debating on today's Sports Bash. Cancer research. We've all been touched. Great show by them guys today. Evan Cohen, Michelle Smallman did a great job this morning and throughout the day. So we did find something that was a moment in sports that I think is very compelling. A.J. Brown talked about this after the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Scottie Scheffler right now is the greatest golfer in the world. He's finishing top 10 in every tournament this year. Here's what Scottie Scheffler said this week leading up to the Open Championship.
To win the Byron Nelson Championship at home, I literally worked my entire life to become good at golf, to have an opportunity to win that tournament. And you win it, you celebrate, hug my family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. And then it's like, okay, now what are we going to eat for dinner? Life goes on. Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah. It brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because it's literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think is a pretty cool feeling. To get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? This is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of like the deepest places of your heart. There's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to number one in the world, and then they're like, what's the point?
So he goes on to really talk about, like, hey, I play in the Masters tournament, and then I win the U.S. Open, I win the Masters, and it's only for them to say, okay, you won those two tournaments, what about the next one? And he's like, you don't even get to really enjoy the fact that you just won the Masters, because it's always, okay, what's next? And he's like, you win, you feel good for 2 minutes, and then he's like, okay, well, I got to go back to what's for dinner. And this is something like A.J. Brown talked about. And I think, we talk about the sports bubble all the time, like the exorbitant cost of sports to be a fan and pay for tickets and go to games and all of that stuff. And here's this guy saying, I'm the guy playing, and I can't even be fulfilled by the fact that I just won, because what's it for? I could certainly feel exactly what this guy is feeling. Like, I could certainly say, like, because all we do is complain. Phillies are in first place. Not good enough. Eagles won the Super Bowl. You'll get booed in the first quarter of the next game as soon as you make a mistake. That winning that championship lasts for how long? How long is the adulation and the feeling of, hey, I accomplished something, before it's on to the next accomplishment? And when is the accomplishments not enough? Scottie Scheffler, by the way, it was about a 5-minute, I'm going to say rant, because he was very calm.
Dissertation?
Sure.
TED Talk?
Hey, listen, we all set out goals. We try to reach those goals. And then he's like, once you reach the goal, then what? Now what? I won the Masters. Now what? Well, when are you going to win the FedEx Open? I just won the U.S. Open. Well, is that not good enough? And a lot of people are kind of questioning and talking about the comments that Scottie Scheffler make, but I don't think he's wrong at all. I think the sports world has gotten completely turned upside down, inside out, and was not what it was supposed to be all about. That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, football at 4 is on the way. Mosher's in the house. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher is here today from the Inside the Birds podcast. A bunch of stuff. This time next week, the Eagles would have practiced already. They will be on the practice field on Wednesday for the first time. At 10 a.m. is when the Eagles will practice. So by this time next week, Jeff Mosher, who put that up on the screen? There we go. Jeff Mosher's live on the video stream today. By this time next week, the Eagles would have already practiced one time, and we're going to be talking about what has gone on at Eagles practice. Some of the battles will start. Some of the training camp stuff will start by this time next week.
Yeah, well, that's sort of a to be determined, right? Because this time next week would be today's Wednesday. I know that they're probably going to have people on the field. Obviously, you report by what? The 22nd is which day? That would be Tuesday.
You didn't get your Brett Strohacker email today?
Yeah, I was just checking it. So they report by Tuesday. They got to do the team fitness test. Maybe that's later in the day. And then, I would imagine Wednesday is about as light of a practice.
It says right here, 10 a.m., practice begins. Yeah. That's what it says.
It should say light OTA exercise begin.
Nick Sirianni will talk at 9:30, practice at 10 Thursday. Vic Fangio, practice begins at 10. So they're going at 10 o'clock every day in training camp, it looks like here, to kind of get through. That goes all the way up until their first preseason game. They will practice at 10 o'clock every day. And, of course, we'll have full coverage for you here on the Sports Bash. We talked about the last couple of days. This was an article that we're having some fun with. One of the Washington blogs wrote about how many Commanders would start for the Eagles.
Oh, God.
What do you think the number was?
And this is a Washington blog, right? So I'm going to imagine they think the quarterback. I'm going to imagine they think that. Well, are they including all their new additions like Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel?
Yeah, everybody. It was it went position by position. How many guys? Quarterback, running back, wide receiver 1, 2, and 3, tight end, offensive line, then edge, tackles, edge, corners, slot, safeties, linebackers.
I'm going to
all the way through.
I'm going to guess they think 5.
5 is the number you're going with.
Yes.
Well, they went with 11.
11.
Yes. They went with 11.
So my five were. I'm sure they would guess Jaden Daniels, 1.
Jaden Daniels is 1.
Frankie Louvu would be 1.
Frankie Louvu and Bond, that was they had that as a – go ahead. They had that as a toss-up.
Okay, so I was thinking Frankie Louvu over not Bond, but whoever over Jeremiah Trotter Jr., basically, or N'Kobe or something like that.
Yeah, I think they had Wagner over whoever's playing the linebacker spot.
Oh, okay. I would have thought that they would have put Cosme over, say, Tyler Steen, assuming Cosme is
That was 1. Yep, that was 1.
I would imagine they would have put one of their cornerbacks, probably Lattimore, over Keely Ringo / Adoree Jackson.
Well, they actually had Lattimore over Mitchell.
Well, then that's part of the insanity. But and then I'm guessing they would have had one of their safeties over maybe both, if that's what you're 11. They probably have both of their safeties over the Eagle safeties.
I'm going to actually try to bring the article up onto the screen here so we can kind of scroll through it and look. But, yes, Jaden Daniels was one of them. He was one of the quarterbacks, and they said, look, his ceiling is higher than Hurts. And we've talked a lot about Hurts this week, but where are you on Jaden Daniels?
Oh, I think he's tremendous, but I think we've seen a bunch of first-year quarterbacks, whether it's Carson Wentz or Stroud, CJ Stroud. We've seen other guys really have really successful year ones, but then not really be able to duplicate that over the long haul. I think he's got all the tools and the abilities, and I think that they're building the correct way around him. But, they won a lot of one-possession games last year, Mike. Any of those games could have, including the Hail Mary game, right? So any of those games could have gone either way. And if they did, who knows what we're saying about him. But he's certainly a very, very good-looking quarterback prospect who could be a really, really good one for years to come.
Yeah, and like that one to me is almost like you look at RG3. He was an amazing rookie of the year, and then his second year, I mean, he ended up getting hurt, which was a shame. Then you have the CJ Stroud. He was awesome his rookie year, and then last year I think he kind of took a step back a little bit, and that had to do with what was around him there. I like Jaden Daniels a lot as well, but I think, to have him in the conversation of being better than, more accomplished than Jalen Hurts right now is kind of preposterous.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say he's got a better upside or he has a better skill set, that's fine. But you're right, he's not more accomplished, and we haven't judged him on his worst moments yet because he hasn't had that. Justin Herbert's another guy who had a really amazing rookie year, and then he kind of took a step back. And again, you can blame environment surrounding who. That's why I think CJ Stroud didn't have a great year. I don't think he's any less of a quarterback. But the reality is these guys have great years, and the league does a few things, and they come back to the pack. And then you have to see how they respond to that.
One spot that the Commanders site had ahead of the Eagles was Laramie Tunsil over Jordan Mailata. How about that?
Oh, and I've been one to say I think sometimes Jordan Mailata gets overrated as people think he's the best left tackle in the game or a top 5 offensive tackle. And it's like, Trent Williams isn't like, deceased or anything like that. He didn't play last year for a variety of reasons, but there are still some really good offensive linemen in this league. However, Tunsil clearly took some regression. Now, if you told me Laramie Tunsil was going to play at a higher level next year than Jordan Mailata, I could see it, but he certainly didn't last year, and you have to factor that in.
The other spot was the center spot. They went with Tyler Badaz over Cam Jurgens. Now, Jurgens only 1-year starter there, but people already kind of, that's a spot where I think it was a little bit of a head scratcher as well. I mean,
that's just wrong. I mean, Jurgens is a way, way better athlete than Tyler Badaz. So while you can argue that they're asked to perform their jobs differently because they get Jurgens probably out in front more than they do Biadasz, and maybe Biadasz is a little better in pass pro. I don't know. I thought Jurgens was fine. I don't see any evidence that suggests that Biadasz is a better overall center than Jurgens. He's just done it longer.
Yeah, that one I thought. All right, so let me. I'll put the whole the beginning of the list up on the screen here, so the people watching can kind of see. This is from Hogs Heaven, which is a Commanders fan blog, but they are part of the SB Nation stuff, so a lot of people kind of read this. They had Daniels over Hurts, running back Eagles, wide receiver 1 Eagles, Deebo Samuel over Devontae Smith.
Yeah, I'm not going there. And then again, this is sort of like the Biadasz versus Cam Jurgens discussion because they're not used the same way. Deebo is obviously, if you're talking about who's a more multifaceted weapon, well, yeah, obviously Deebo Samuel can go in there and give you like 10 snaps at running back and break tackles, and you would never even think of handing the ball off to Devontae Smith in fear of breaking him. But if you're talking about route running, field stretching, route tree, not just how you run your routes, but the number of routes that you can run, you would not take Deebo Samuel in that category over Devontae Smith. Now, in fairness, Deebo Samuel's best year has been better than Devontae Smith. He had I think a 2,000-yard season one year, right? Or like total offensive yards. He's been an all pro, and Devontae Smith has not. But Devontae Smith has never also been asked to have the workload and be the number 1 receiver because he's played across from A.J. Brown. So I can see why a Commander site would say that, but I disagree with that.
Right. Then the slot, they went with their 2 guys over Dotson. Obviously Dotson was a bust there in Washington, so you can kind of say, okay. But Dotson's numbers are not going to make him in the conversation here.
Not surprisingly, a Commander site would take any of their guys over Dotson because they had Dotson for 2 years there, and he didn't perform to his first-round status. But the names that they're throwing in there, what the heck have they done? I mean, Luke McCaffrey might be a good slot receiver someday, but who was the other name? You scrolled up. I didn't see their other slot name that they had along with Luke McCaffrey. But, you want to call it a wash, you can call it a wash. But I don't know. I still think that I would take my chances with Dotson over McCaffrey right now, or Lane. Who the heck is Lane?
Yeah, I don't know. It must have been maybe a rookie that they drafted there. It's not ringing a bell on who Lane would be. Night Train Lane?
Lane Johnson? Are they turning Lane Johnson into a
Not
star?
Lane Johnson, Har. All right. You go to the defensive side of the ball. Edge Eagles, Carter, 3 technique, 1 technique. Deron Payne over Jordan Davis. Now, Jordan Davis, I don't know. We were talking about him yesterday, whether or not the Eagles view him as, has he been a success? Is he what they've wanted? Is he what they thought he'd be? And Payne is a player who is, more of a veteran player.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give them this. I think that's fair. I mean, really, Jordan Davis is not their one tech in a 4-man front as the defense is presented here. He's the shade 0 tech in a 5-man front. When they bring in a 4-man front, they play, obviously, it'll be Moro Ajomo, most likely, across from Jalen Carter. And so the discussion could be probably Payne over versus Ajomo. And I'm fine with going Deron Payne. I think Payne's really good. So I have no issue with the Commanders getting that one.
Yeah, so you see edge, they went – so the 2 edges, they went Eagles, which I think is interesting because the Eagles, while you have Jalix Hunt and you have Nolan Smith, those 2 guys still have a lot of proving to do. But that is also showing an area of concern for Washington that they don't have any edge rushers with any real, credibility at this point.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I wonder how much they know their own team sometimes because and while I would agree with their assessment, Dietrich Wise was a really interesting edge rushing addition for them from the Patriots. We did our NFC East preview with Greg Cosell, and Greg is probably, he watches more tape than anybody in the league, and he's always been a fan of Dietrich Wise's game, and he kind of thought that was a sneaky good addition, but sort of like the way Josh Uche or Azeez Ojulari could be one for the Eagles. You not necessarily want Dietrich Wise to be a starter and think you're going to get double-digit sacks or 20 pressures or anything out of them. The Commanders are clearly built with more interior rush with Payne and Jerzon Newton, their second-round pick from a year ago, and Kinlaw even getting in there than they are from the exterior. I think they're probably going to have to manufacture pass rush, but there's nobody who does that better than Dan Quinn. That's why Frankie Louvu plays on the edge and pass rushing downs. He is essentially what the Eagles hope Jihad Campbell can be, a guy who can play off the ball, but then in the pass rush come down on the edge or be a joker pass rusher.
Right. All right, so linebacker, they went with Wagner over Dean, and then Louvu over Bond, as a toss-up, Louvu over Bond. And we were talking about this yesterday. I said, if you're going with the resume, Louvu's probably the winner. But if you're going after last season, Bond was better than everybody, including Wagner. And Wagner's probably the next guy below Bond. But Bond might have been the 1 or 2nd best linebacker in the league last year. So to say that's a toss-up, are you going over your career, or are you going off of the last season?
Yeah, I don't like how they did this anyway. Mike will, because, sometimes people play multiple positions. I would just take the 2 best off-ball linebackers. But I would also disagree that Wagner played better than Nakobe Dean last year. I think Nakobe Dean played better overall than Bobby Wagner, who that's another guy. Greg Cosell says, very good linebacker, but clearly lost a step, especially against the run last year. I think the Eagles exposed him on some runs, both in the regular season and in the playoffs. I was a little surprised they brought him back, but I get that he's a great locker room leader. He's a good veteran to have, but a guy at that age, at that position, been around the block, he can only give you so much. I would take a healthy last year, first 11 weeks version of Nakobe Dean over Bobby Wagner, and I wouldn't think twice about it.
This is where it gets interesting. You go to the secondary. Lattimore over Mitchell. And then basically their corner 2 combination over the Eagles' corner 2 combination. And then the slot, you got a toss-up between Mike Sanderstrill and Cooper DeJean.
Oh, man. I see they're fudging it a little bit because Sanders still didn't really play the nickel as much as we thought he was going to play. So they're sort of projecting, and he did a great job last year as a rookie playing the outside. They're projecting him to match up in the middle, but I don't even like toss-up. At least DeJean has been in there and proved it, and you can argue that he's already one of the best, if not the best, slot corners in the league with versatility. Sanders still hasn't shown that yet. I no doubt in my mind that he could get there, but I haven't seen it, so that to me is a little bit of a homer pick on their end. Lattimore over Mitchell. I mean, Mitchell was so good last year. You can make an argument that you've got to do it for over a longer period of time, but Lattimore's only going to play 7 games a year. I mean, that's not. They're saying a healthy Lattimore is a tier above, but when do you see a healthy Lattimore? Come on. And again, Lattimore, he got exposed by A.J. Brown last year. There were times where he struggled. I mean, he's still a good corner, but there's no evidence yet that says Quinyon Mitchell is not a really good corner. So I think that's homerism right there, taking Lattimore over Mitchell.
Yeah, and then it's safety
thing is like a total, like none of these guys have proven anything, right? So I don't know. Like they're trying to
you got Jonathan Jones and Trey Amos there. I mean, again, saying that. I mean, even if you would say Adoree Jackson is probably more accomplished than both of those guys.
Right. Their comment was that Ringo and Jackson are about as average as they come. Well, what does that make Jonathan Jones and Trey Amos, who I like a lot, but has never played in a down of NFL football? I mean, did they not learn from Emmanuel Forbes that you can't just assume that your first-round corner is going to come in and be a dominant player? Like, come on.
Well, this is another one because you got Quan Martin over Blankenship and then strong safety Eagles, which that tells you how bad their other safety spot is because the Eagles don't even have another safety at that spot yet.
I like how it says this might be an unpopular opinion now, but I start Quan over Reed. Okay, well, maybe that's why you lose. I don't know why that's considered a strong argument because Hogs Heaven dude says he likes Quan Martin over Reed Blankenship.
So overall, they have 10 commanders, they say, who they believe would start for the Eagles. 3 toss-ups, center, will, linebacker, slot. That leaves the Eagles with 9. So essentially, they're looking down the big 5 spots. And then they went by room. Quarterback room, Commanders. Running back room, Eagles. Wide receiver group, Commanders. Tight end, Eagles. Offensive line, Eagles. Defensive line, Eagles. Edge, Eagles. Linebackers, Commanders. Corners, Commanders. And safety group, Eagles. So, basically their whole thing at the end of the day was you put these the Commanders and the Eagles together, that the Commanders have closed the gap because they've got 10 starters that could play for the Eagles.
My brain hurts, Mike.
Hey, it's the last week before training camp, my friend.
This is the epitome of off-season content. I mean, like late June, early July type content. Oh my God.
Yes. But we have a poll question up right now. Which team in the NFC do you think is the biggest threat to the Philadelphia Eagles? And oddly enough, the Commanders are not I say oddly, the Commanders are on that list as one of the voting things, but not one has voted for the Green Bay Packers as the team. But 42% have the Rams, 40% say the Lions, and only 17% are going Commanders so far.
Well, yeah, I think when you narrow it down to those 3 options, I think that's fair. I would put the Rams and I would also put the Lions ahead of the Commanders. Now that percentage sort of makes it seem like there's a wide gulf. I don't think that that's the case. I think it's just that people would rather take those first 2 teams than team number 3. I mean, any one of them can, on their best day, can give the Eagles a run for their money. And something Adam and I talked about in the podcast that dropped recently, but then we also did a roundtable with Andrew. It's going to come out either probably tomorrow. Is I do think that we're all sort of. I don't want to say we're giving a leap of faith to the Eagles because they do deserve it, but this Eagles defense has lost so much, half of its starting lineup, and not just the number of players, but the number of snaps. You add the number of snaps played by Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then what you got from Nakobe Dean, who's not going to be available for 6 weeks. That's a lot, not only of snaps, but also a lot of really good production within those snaps. And you're asking a lot of young guys, Mike, to step into those roles and not only occupy and show that they can handle that number of snaps, but also play at the level that Sweat, Williams, Slay, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson played at. And Nakobe Dean, that is not easy. So I can't, especially when you start off in September and you got to play the Chiefs are in there on September, the Bucks are in there in September because they always are. It's going to be an interesting first 6 weeks for this defense, and we're really going to see whether or not these guys are ready for their roles.
Not only that, you're expecting Bond to duplicate what he did last year and not take any step back, right? I mean,
100%.
to
Yes.
play at that level again with a new partner for the most part next to him. And keep in mind, all these guys, hey, I got used to playing next to Milton Williams last year. Well, now he's not there. Darius Slay, not there. Safety, not there. How fast, because this is what I'll look at this motion. We can end on this one here. Last year, the offense was what it was. It was steady Eddie. You had Barkley that you could always kind of lean on. And then if Barkley was, you had the receivers to have a game here or there that kind of carried you. The offense is going to be what it is. Mm-hmm. But by the end of the year, the defense held up its end of the bargain. But it was a process to get them up there. By the time they got to the NFC Championship game, they shut down Washington. Then the Super Bowl, they play their best. But that was a process for them to get there. Can this defense gel and blend and get to that level by when is really what I think is going to be a big story.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that there is a lot of still good talent on this defense, starting with Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, right? There's building blocks there that are old enough and ready to step into even bigger roles so that you can say, all right, I think the Eagles will still be a really good defense. But as you just mentioned, they were the number one defense by the end of the year, and their turnover ratio over the last, I think, 5 to 6 weeks, 7 weeks, and in the playoffs was amazing. It didn't start off that way, but it really turned into that way. And we've seen that turnovers and takeaways can be a little bit fickle as far as projecting them from year to year. You can be really good and just not cause a lot of turnovers. But this offense, I felt, needed at times, as the offense went through its throws, it needed a little field flip here and there to get itself going. So that to me is another question, is not only about the people and the roles, but can they continuously win the turnover battle week after week like they did over the second half of last year?
Now, Monday, real quick, we were talking about Jalen Hurts. We were trying to find some good comps for him. You texted me Big Ben, Russell Wilson, a couple guys as comps to Jalen Hurts. Did you find any more?
I just did. What I did was last year, Jalen Hurts threw for like 2,809. I forget what the exact, or 2,900 yards and 18 touchdowns. So I went to the Pro Football Reference and figured out how many quarterbacks, and then going back to the Super Bowl era, have won a Super Bowl throwing for less than 3,000 yards and 18 or less touchdowns. And in the last 20 years, Mike, it's really just been Jalen Hurts and Ben Roethlisberger, and that was year 2 of Roethlisberger, right? And if we're being fair, year 2 of Roethlisberger, and I went back and looked, he wasn't considered a top 5 or even a top 8, 9, 10 quarterback at that point. But the numbers were similar. And then I thought, well, this is not fair, because it's not like Hurts' year last year is reflective of his career so far. It was just one of those years where he really was low on the pass attempts and yards. So I did the 3-year average. And over the last 3 or 4-year average, in that time, Hurts has averaged about 3,487 passing yards and about 452 pass attempts per year. So I plugged that in and said, how many quarterbacks have averaged that and won a Super Bowl? And since 2005, it was Ben Roethlisberger, Russell Wilson in 2013, and Jalen Hurts. So I think I did all this because everybody seems to think Hurts is disrespected. He should be top 2. He should be top 3. He should be top 5. But he just doesn't throw the ball. I think the archetype of what people want out of a top 5 quarterback is that they throw the ball, they win the games, you rely on their arm to win it because they throw the ball at 32 or more. That's the league average, 32 pass attempts or more, right? And he's more comparable to early Big Ben and Russell Wilson earlier, when you had that great running game and defense. And those guys weren't at that time considered top 5, top 8 either. Big Ben eventually got there, right? But he was a 5,000-yard passer one year, and he made 4 straight Pro Bowls and threw the ball all around. So while I do think there are some quarterbacks in these rankings that come out that are unfairly ahead of him, I just think that the evidence shows that until he's given more opportunities to throw the ball more around league average, which is 32 times a game, then he's probably not going to get that respect as being a top 3, top 4 guy. And I kind of think history shows that that's fair. You kind of have to earn it by being a guy who throws the ball around league average.
Yeah, well, the deep dives will all be done. All of the stuff will be done next week when we talk. The Eagles will be back on the field, and football is back, Jeff Mosher. Well done.
Can't wait. In the words of Bart Scott.
I'll see you, man.
See you, bud.
Jeff Mosher, Football at 4, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Hopefully you're hanging out with us on this Wednesday edition. So much more to get into, including the Nuggets. Nick's Nuggets, Nick Earnshaw joins us on the other side. And, of course, we'll continue to get into all of the things happening. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Wherever you're hanging out today, a little light on the text board today. Where are all the texters today? What, the All-Star game last night? No fills? You're just kind of like, meh? Come on, give me something. Where's the text board today? 609-403-0973. Phils, Eagles, poll questions up. By the way, tomorrow we're going to be talking to the guy who wrote that article about Joel Embiid, that outstanding piece. He'll be on at 3:30. Doten Akintoye will join us tomorrow at 3:30 right here on the Sports Bash. If you haven't read the article on Joel Embiid, we talked about it in the 3 o'clock hour. Really good stuff. All right, when we come back, Earnshaw, Nuggets, next. More Sports Bash on the way. 4:34 on a Wednesday. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video. You can watch the show on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Time for the Nuggets today. Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw, host of the Shift podcast, which you can listen to on all podcasting platforms, and producer of The Locker Room, weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He joins me now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. See what's in the pack of nuggets today on this lonely Wednesday. Just really one big sporting event last night, obviously. Yeah, the Sixers Summer League, which I did watch last night, and the swing off, the All-Star game. So let's see what nuggets Nick Earnshaw has today.
Yeah, there's a couple of things to get to here on this Wednesday, Mike, but I think I'd be remiss if I did not start about that fantastic article written today on ESPN.com about Joel Embiid. I mean, that could carry the Nuggets for days and days and days. There's tons of stuff in there, and I'll tell you what, it literally is breakdown of Joel Embiid's career and life. I mean, it goes into detail and everything. I mean, it covered every base for the most part. It was really well done, but there was a few things that stood out, Mike, to me. And I want to go into a couple of portions of this article that really stood out. I think number one was very interesting going back to last season, right? We remember that the leak coming out about Joel Embiid, about the team meeting, etc., and he was very frustrated about that. Supposedly, that person may still be on this team, and it seemed like it was indicating a player, because the question that came up about this said, the way you're talking, quote, it sounds like this person is still around. And then Joel goes, I don't know. The reporter then goes, come on, Joel, you know who's on your team right now. I say, laughing. He said, free agency just started. I don't know what's going on. And then the reporter then says, so there's a chance this person may not be around next season. No, there's still a chance they're still around, quoted by Joel Embiid. I think that's very interesting that a person that Joel Embiid does not seem to get along with, doesn't really want to associate with, is still on this team, Mike. So that's the first interesting part of this article that I found just going through it. I'll tell you what, it took me a long time to read. It took me all day pretty much to read. I was going in and out between tasks today reading that, Mike.
You know, it's funny the way that it's said. I'm thinking to myself, which guys had player options? Would be some of the targets there. That could be a Kelly Oubre, an Andre Drummond, guys who had to opt back into their contracts there.
Eric Gordon.
Those would be they would be the people. The way that you just kind of laid that out, as you kind of slowly laid that out, I'm thinking to myself, okay, these are guys who have player options that could opt, because he's saying free agency. I don't know what these guys are going to do yet.
Yeah.
They're going to opt in or they're going to opt out. So that would bring Kelly Oubre, Eric Gordon, Andre Drummond to the top of the list for me.
You know what's fascinating, too, is that Andre Drummond's names come up in trade discussions as well, right? About moving on from them. They draft Joe Broom. They have a Dem Bona. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. I'm just trying to find the context clues here that they didn't say the name in the article, but, I mean, with context clues, you can kind of narrow it down as to who it could be, Mike.
Yeah, because, I think they want to try to, I think Drummond was a disappointment last year. I don't think that's good. I think people, when they signed Drummond, thought this is a smart move. Like, they need a backup who's a legitimate backup for Embiid. When Drummond was here the first time, he was a good backup. He was a part of the Ben Simmons trade. But it didn't work out last year in part because he got hurt. Now you've got Bona, who's this young athletic guy, and you're starting to say, hey, Drummond is not the same impactful rebounder that he used to be, and the league has kind of changed from his style of play. He's probably a guy that we don't need around here anymore. So he opts back into the deal, and the Sixers are probably thinking, if we could trade you out of here, we don't really think we need you anymore. So I think those are more of the reasons. Now, could be other underlining reasons that we don't know about.
Yeah, and we learned a lot about Joel Embiid in this article. I feel like this is probably the most we've learned about Joel Embiid off of the court in this specific article, especially all the stuff that he's gone through, all of the injuries that he's gone through, right? I think this has been the biggest deep dive that we've seen. So it was fascinating. Another nugget that I took from this was that him and James Harden, do not talk anymore. And he learned a lot, and he actually mentioned this in the article that he had taken a lot away from James Harden and learning about leadership, etc. And he was a little disappointed that they didn't get to run that back again. It was kind of cut short. And I'm kind of with him. We know the whole thing that, James Harden called Daryl Morey a liar, but
that whole situation is a little weird to me because
Joel
is insinuating that James doesn't talk to him because he says James probably thinks I'm part of the reason why he got traded.
Right.
But they traded James because James said he didn't want to play for Morey ever again. It had nothing to do with Joel.
Yeah, and it feels like, I guess James felt like that Joel was in on the whole thing with Morey. I don't know, but James does not talk to Joel anymore. And it's upsetting because they were really close. I mean, they blew that game 7. I mean, it was awful. Game 6 was a disaster that year. The last year of James Harden, it was on Mother's Day. They get blown out. And, Joel has been hurt every single playoff. He missed games in that series. But that was where you really felt close. And Joel even alluded to it, that they just kind of needed to fix things on the edges. And that also goes back to another nugget in this, Mike, is the continuity at the top. Like, they have not been able to stay consistent. The turnover in the front office, the turnover of the roster, the turnover of head coaches. There has been no consistency through this organization. And you know what's crazy? I can't remember who said it on Twitter, but in the NBA, today's NBA, for a player to be this loyal for all the stuff that's going on with the 76ers, I mean, that's pretty crazy, especially with everything and the turnover that's going on with this organization.
Well, he did say that I'm never going to be the guy that says, hey, I want this guy traded or that guy traded. I don't want someone to lose their job because of me. That's something that he did bring up. But he did talk about the lack of continuity between the front office. He did go out of his way to mention Brian Colangelo by name, the burner account, the fact that Hinkie got kind of pushed out. That seems to still bother him. He's mentioned that in multiple articles. I think his dog, or there's something painting that has a Hinkie reference to it in the article there. So it's obvious he was tight with Hinkie. Colangelo was the burner account that also called Joel out in the burner account. So, I think the lack of continuity, he is saying, we've never had that stability. There was a part of the article that said Brett Brown wanted to try to model him after Tim Duncan, but he said the big difference was Duncan had a stable organization to kind of work his way up to that player where Joel did not.
Yeah, and, Joel, you learned about him, and he kind of really opened up about himself, too, in this article. He said, quote, "I've never been the one to have a lot of friends. And even then, with the ones that I consider close, I never try to go deep into anything." And then there was also a part of the article where he talked about he has close to 10,000 unread text messages. So he kind of just stays away from everybody, hundreds of missed phone calls and stuff. He kind of just keeps to himself and does his own thing. And he just rolls by the beat of his own drum. Kind of tries to stay away the noise, especially lately in his career. Remember earlier in his career, he had, the Twitter accounts, Joel Embiid. I get it. But he has really turned into someone who is really just keeps to himself and doesn't really let anybody in for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, that whole thing with the fact he has over 10,000 unread messages, over 1,000 missed phone calls. I thought that was a little bizarre, but I guess it all stems from his brother dying. He talked about the fact that he doesn't like when the phone rings because it kind of brings back that memory of the phone call that he got. There is a lot of deep-rooted family stuff that the article gets into, his high school days where he was kind of alone. He didn't really have friends on the team. Remember, he was a 15-year-old kid that they just threw from, Cameroon to Florida and was like, hey, go play basketball. So, I think this is one thing I've talked about a lot is the American sports fan has a hard time understanding that this guy is dude, these fans over here are nuts. It's not like that over there.
Yeah, and, with Joel, he didn't start playing basketball until late in his life. I mean, late in his teenage life is when he really started playing basketball. And for him to come this far and, be what he's been, it's just unfortunate with the injuries, right? He wants to be out there every single night. And I think people miss that when they call him soft. I've never agreed with the notion of him being soft. He's just injury prone. And I think that's been kind of what has gotten lost in some of the discussion. They talked about the narratives, and they pointed out each narrative about Joel Embiid really in depth. So I'm looking forward to that conversation tomorrow about it, because Joel's an interesting guy, and that type of access has not been shown about Joel. And, people haven't gotten that close to him throughout his career in Philadelphia. And that kind of opened a lot of eyes, I hope, with what was written in there.
Well, and one of the things is, too, he says he has a lack of trust for people. He is not very trustworthy, Joel. Yeah.
No, not at all. All right. Let's move along. Nugget number 2. We got to start talking about last night, Mike, and the All-Star MVP, going from one MVP to another. Kyle Schwarber, I heard someone laid down earlier, who texted in saying they laid down the All-Star MVP for Kyle Schwarber. Listen, that was fun. Great way to end it. That's how a home run derby should be run, by the way. Those should be kind of the rules on how a home run derby should be run. Let them fly. You can watch the baseballs fly out of the ballpark. It was fantastic. It was a magical moment for baseball, because baseball needed that, Mike. That was huge. And for Kyle Schwarber to win the All-Star Game MVP with Philadelphia lacking All-Stars this year and the whole controversy there, and going into Philadelphia next year hosting the All-Star Game, picture perfect ending to the All-Star weekend this weekend, Mike.
Yeah, I was not all that excited about watching the game. I missed the first 6 innings. I was watching the Sixers Summer League game. I flipped over, and at the time I flipped over, I tuned in at a good time. I saw the Alonso, Oppo, Boppo. I saw Mizorowski come in throwing 102, and then I was compelled to keep watching. Got all the way to the end, saw Schwarber hit 3 in a row. You're right. I think the home run derby could take some stuff from, hey, less is more. Maybe you get 5 swings, and if you hit your 5th out, you get to keep going until you don't hit one out. You get 5, and if your 5th one's a home run, you keep going until you stop hitting them. You get those extra swings after the 5th one. Make it a 45-minute. That's what I say. Make it smaller. 45-minute window. The best 4 to 5 home run hitters in the league. Bang. Make that a big deal. Make it a swing off for the home run derby.
Yeah, that was fun, right? You should have had a swing off between Cal Raleigh and Brent Rooker the night before. You see how much people enjoyed it and how much fun it was to watch. It was entertaining, Mike. That was the whole deal with the swing off last night. It was entertaining, and it was a great way to end the game. Now, people are getting ahead of themselves, adding that instead of extra innings. All right, let's relax on that. That's a little crazy. But for the All-Star Game, home run derby, they should take some of the rules from the swing off, put them back into the home run derby. Instead of having the home run derby, seeing who can, last the longest stamina-wise. I mean, you're swinging really quick, too fast, so you can slow that down. I know we're in a pitch clock era, but you could slow the home run derby down a little bit and change the rules so it moves faster. There's a balance here, Mike. There's a balance.
I think they should definitely work not into a regular season game. You don't want a swing off to decide a game, but they should definitely utilize what they had there into the home run derby to make it, hey, and by the way, it could have been even better had an Aaron Judge been there, had a Cal Raleigh been there. The fact that those guys left and were not available, that kind of stunk.
I know that's a little I don't love that at all. That the guys were leaving early. Judge is out. Cal Raleigh, they're leaving the ballpark for the most like to get out of there. I mean, come on. It's the All-Star weekend. Stay for the whole game, would you? I mean, that's ridiculous that you have these stars leaving early from the All-Star game. I mean, that's crazy to me because you could have had an even better, bigger names in the final part of that swing off. It would have been cool. Like to have Kyle Schwarber in there, awesome. Fantastic. Especially for the Philadelphia area. Fantastic. But it was such a success. And you didn't even have Judge and Ohtani. Imagine how much more of a success if you had those bigger names.
Absolutely. You just said it. Like, hey, if the National – now, they had Alonso and they had Schwarber. The first guy, too, I keep forgetting the guy from the Marlins. His name is blanking on me again. Stowers. The fact that they had – but if you would have had Ohtani – and Schwarber and Alonso against Judge and, Cal Raleigh, who leads. I mean, that would have – I mean, the American League team, Jonathan Aranda has 10 home runs this year. Really?
It's like adding Jazz Chisholm into the home run derby. I mean, that's essentially what you're doing right there. An absolutely nothing burger. So that was really fun. I like the way that it ended because I was not a fan of the home run derby. We get a swing off in the All-Star game. Fantastic. All right.
But it goes to show that if you do a better format, you might win me back.
Exactly. The format is everything. All right. Before I get out of here, I want to, the deadline is approaching. I wanted to play this quick article by this audio by Jeff Passan, predicting what's going to go on during the trade deadline. Take a listen real quick.
There are going to be a lot of teams out there that are seemingly willing to go to places that they might not be comfortable going. But at the end of the day, it's going to be really interesting to see just how much teams are going to be willing to overpay, because that's what the market's looking like. There's going to be a lot of competition for a limited amount of players. And when you have something like that, it might not be the most exciting trade deadline, but it's certainly going to be filled with intrigue.
And with that is very interesting because the Phillies are a team. Are they going to overpay? That's what we've been talking about for weeks here on the Nuggets, on the Sports Bash, hanging with Henning, the locker room, all of them. We've been talking about that. Will they overpay? Will they give up those top prospects? It's going to be interesting to see because everyone's going to be fighting for the same guys, Mike.
Yeah, listen, yesterday we talked about Byron Buxton maybe being off the table. Yep. I mean, that takes a bat that a lot of people have been talking about the last couple of weeks. And you have so few guys who are even difference makers. Like Stephen Kwan's a good player, but is he a difference-making player? He was in the All-Star game last night. Actually had the tying RBI in that game when hit that little Johan Rojas-esque ground ball in the ninth inning there to tie the game up. But there's not that big right-handed bat. There's not that big-time MVP candidate or all-star or anything like that. Kwan's an all-star, but you know what I'm saying. So I don't know how many calls are these teams taking, and then they have to decide, okay, which package should we like the best here? So you might have to up the ante. Aiden Miller, Andrew Painter, etc.
Yep, it really just goes right to the Phillies, a beeline to the Phillies on that. Little sound.
All right, that's Mike. Today's Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw's back again on Friday. He's off tomorrow.
Yes. No, I'll be in tomorrow. I'll be in. All right, that's changed. He told me earlier he was off. Now he's back. Friday, he's with me over at the Ventnor Social. So we'll be over there on Friday, the two of us live. You can chop out and see us as well. All right, Nick, see you, man. See you.
All right, we'll do more Sports Bash next hour coming up here on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. At Gill Show, follow us, subscribe, like, share, and be a part of the show right here on 97.3 ESPN. Our final hour of the show is coming up next. One of those days in sports where there's really nothing going on. I mean, the All-Star game last night is the only game in town, a couple of WNBA games. But other than that, today, no Phils, no nothing, no baseball. Phils aren't back till Friday, by the way. Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN. Hopefully you're enjoying your Wednesday afternoon. Remember this song here, Walk the Dinosaur? This song's probably not up your alley there, Josh.
I know
watch
of
Miami
the song.
Vice.
I've heard the song before. I mean, no, it's not in my rotation. No.
I feel like you would be at the gym pumping iron to this one.
I'd probably be more laughing about it than anything else.
A lot of stuff
It
today.
does remind me a little bit. Remember the TV show Dinosaurs back in the day?
No,
I feel like that was.
this is from a movie. What movie was this in?
I mean, I've watched all the Jurassic Park movies. Something you probably never done.
None. Busy day, though, for a day after the All-Star game. You know, we actually liked the All-Star game last night. I was kind of, I only watched half. I didn't watch the beginning of it, but the half of the game that I did see, I enjoyed. The swing-off, I enjoyed. Watched the Sixers Summer League last night. This Joel Embiid story has really been the big kind of discussion of the day. We talked about it in the 4 o'clock hour, 3 o'clock hour extensively. I keep coming back to this whole story that we brought up in the Nuggets today, is that Joel Embiid is essentially saying there was a leak in that team last year. He knows who it is, and he's pretty much suggesting that the team has not gotten rid of this player. That would be concerning. He says he don't want to be a part of team meetings anymore because he won't be around the player. He doesn't trust the player. I don't know. Listen, the Sixers right now have been a mess. The whole offseason has just cratered on them with this Paul George news. They came out yesterday. Embiid in this article essentially said, listen, I'm not rushing back anymore. I'll be ready when I'm ready. And guess what? If I'm not ready, you ain't winning any games anyway, so hold your horses and wait for me, essentially. I would suggest reading the article for yourself. It is a very, very long-form article over at ESPN.com. The author, Dotran Akintoye, is going to join us on the show tomorrow. And it looks like he got an opportunity to sit down with Joel multiple times in his house and talk to Joel on multiple occasions. Sat with some of the players, some of the executives, Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse. It looks like he talked to them. So if you go to the article, it's a long-form article. You're going to go all the way back to Joel's childhood, upbringing, high school days, college days. Bill Self is quoted in the article, his college coach, and then all the way through. The only criticism I would bring to the article would be I just want it more. I want it more, get stuff from Brett Brown. What did he think about it? Maybe Doc Rivers. Try to talk. I don't know where you would have got Sam Hinkie. Sam's not very open to talk very often. But I would love to, I'm not being critical of the article. I think it was an excellent, excellent piece. But I would actually like to have had it be more in information from, I think, pretty important people in Joel's career. Brett Brown, Sam Hinkie. You're certainly not getting Colangelo to speak.
I don't think Joel wants Colangelo to speak.
No, I wouldn't take anything that Colangelo would say seriously anyway. But could you have got, I don't know, Ben Simmons to speak? Could you have got James Harden to speak?
Markelle Fultz?
Maybe Fultz to speak. I don't know if Fultz and Embiid had much of a relationship at all, but Simmons and Embiid, like, hey, why was there a disconnect maybe between you two?
Well, I said Fultz mostly because of the fact that, he might be able to give a little bit of extra depth on the Colangelo stuff. Like, you could have had Joel Embiid talking about the Colangelo stuff, and they'd be like, well, Markelle Fultz is drafted by Colangelo.
I'm looking more about these people's perception and relationship with Joel. Brett Brown, like, how did you see Joel as the coach of the team? And I don't think he's going to go out and rip him.
No.
Even if, but just like, hey, did you, there was a part of the article where they basically suggested that, hey, this is what some people think about you, Joel. And Joel said, okay, let me hear what they think. And he kind of like read down, hey, Joel doesn't do this. Joel doesn't want that. He doesn't want to be great. All that stuff. Like, what does Brett think about his time? Could he have got more out of Joel? Do they think they maximized Joel? Do they think they handled the whole Joel, first 2 years correctly. I mean, Sam would have been a guy to certainly get. Hinkie, do you hear what he thought about those first two? Hey, looking back, you're the GM of the team. Those first 2 years, do you guys think that you handled the Joel Embiid situation correctly back then? And how does that impact the player that he is today? That's a big thing, is how much, people talked about the process and, all this losing, it's going to wear on some of these guys. And then, you're never going to be in a winning culture. Well, the Sixers did have a winning opportunity. They won. They were the number 1 seed. They won 52 games. I mean, they got through the losing. Now, they haven't been a championship-level winning team, but how much do they think the way that Joel's first 2 years in the league have maybe impacted the player that he's become, or the lack of deep playoff run by this group? He talked a lot about the lack of continuity. Joel brought up in this piece that, he talked about continuity. He says it all comes back to continuity. So he's taking a little, I don't want to say shot, but he's letting the front office know, hey, I'm aware that you're a part of this. You're a part of why we have not had success.
Well, I definitely think I don't know if it's a shot in terms of a backhanded thing. I think it's more of just kind of a, hey, I'm letting you know that I know, and I'm making sure that you know that. Because to me, it's less about the front office explicitly, and it's more about the ownership. Is it not? It's the owner that allowed the Colangelos to have the forced takeover. It's the owner that... Well,
did he allow it or was he forced? You just said that. You said two things in the same sentence. The owner who allowed the forced takeover. Well, they both can't be true.
He allowed Colangelo to dictate the organization.
Possibly, or did the NBA say you're taking?
See, I don't believe that theory at all, because here's why. The commissioner of a league works for the owners. The owners are not beholden to the commissioner. There is numerous examples.
We hear that a lot, but we know that if Roger Goodell wants something, Roger Goodell gets something.
Yeah, but that's because he has allies. Who is Adam Silver's ally is going to go to Josh Harris and be like, you don't do what Adam Silver tells you, or else? I don't see that at all happening. I think that if you go based on back then, what the reporting was, and what the reporting has been since, is that Adam Silver basically brought Jerry Colangelo over, almost like you're introducing somebody at a function or something. Mm-hmm. Hey, Jerry, this is Josh. Josh, this is Jerry. I think you guys should have a conversation, and here's why. And I think through the course of their conversations, Josh Harris was manipulated into doing certain things.
Well, or he could have been strongly suggested to him, hey, you need to get this guy out, and we're going to put Jerry Colangelo in here to help you figure this out.
I just have trouble believing. Because if that's the case, if there's a scenario, as you're suggesting, that the National Basketball Association went to a multi-billionaire, which is what Josh Harris is, and told him, you have to do this or else. I got a whole load of questions wondering how that's even
how
possible.
many conspiracy theories do people think are happening? And, where was this happening? What was I watching? Oh, man, I can't think of this. But they were talking about, I was listening to a podcast the other day. Tyler Dunn, who was a NFL writer for a couple different outlets, and he got let go from Bleacher Report a couple of years ago. He started his own Substack. He was on the Andrew Marchand podcast, and he was basically talking about he has turned this Substack into a six-figure income. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about his whole thing is that he's doing long form. His Substack is called Go Long. And it's about doing long-form stories on the NFL because he feels like there is a thirst for people to go deeper and deeper into the NFL. And he said there's the stuff that he gets from talking to people, and he says then there's the real shady stuff behind closed doors that never gets out there. So it would not surprise me in the least bit if Adam Silver sits down. Now, I'm not saying that that's what I believe, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least bit if he said, listen, you're turning my league into a joke. You're getting that guy out of here, and I'm going to put someone who's going to give you credibility in here, and we're going to fix this problem. I wouldn't say that is far-fetched at all.
It would be easier for me to believe if it was more than just Adam Silver. Like if there was a group, like for example, we know in the NFL there are certain owners who have a lot of clout, right? There's a group of owners that have more cachet than the rest of them. Same thing with baseball. So I would need like Adam Silver.
Well, keep in mind at the time too,
Yeah.
Josh Harris is a somewhat new owner in the league.
I understand that, but I'm saying like to me it would need to be Adam Silver along with, I don't know, Mickey Arison, or like Adam Silver and Dan Gilbert, or like some sort of like, there needs to have been pressure from more than one person. You know what I mean?
Who's to say that it wasn't? I mean, the team, again, this is back at a time when the Sixers
2016.
are tanking.
Well, 2015, 2016.
And no one else is really kind of doing that yet. The Sixers are.
Right, no one was doing it the way the Sixers were doing it.
And they were taking it to almost the extreme.
Correct.
Yeah.
I keep going back to, if you're Josh Harris, you are a billion upon billion upon billionaire. I would never let the commissioner of a league take control of my team like that and tell me what I should and shouldn't do. And to me, that's where the start of this lack of continuity for Joel Embiid comes from.
Yeah, see, I agree with what you're saying. Like, you're saying, look, no, I own my team. I'm going to run it how I want to run it. If I want to lose every single game, that's on me. Now, the guy could say, no, you're in my league. You're making a mockery of our league by the way you're running your team. So you either comply or, you're going to get forced out of here. I mean, we have seen situations where
but those were salacious things. Like Donald Sterling, I mean, that was
I agree.
That was very salacious stuff. They got him in trouble. Daniel Snyder with Washington, right? Who was the Panthers owner? Richardson. These guys, it wasn't they were running their team into the ground, because guess what? In baseball, the Pirates are running their team like, they're not running their team.
Which the commissioner has come out and spoken on here at the All-Star break, that they do need to kind of do something about the way that these teams are kind of freeloading right now.
Right. So I just look back at, Joel Embiid says there's been a lack of continuity. I need more stability. Well, to me, that's not the front office. That's the guy above the front office. That's the ownership. That's the managing partner. That's the people who have the final say. They have to come out and be like, hey, as a multi-billion-dollar owner of this team, I'm telling you this is not a good way to run an organization.
Oh, I listen. All of the instability, I think, has been Joel's way of saying this has been, the instability has been everywhere, from the front office all the way down to the roster. We've had how many different GMs? How many different coaches, how many different iterations of the roster. It is all encompassing. So I definitely think there is a part of the shot at the ownership group to say, you're in charge. We've had Sam and Jerry, and then Brian, and then Brett, and then Elton, and now Daryl. How many different, iterations of the roster have we have? I mean, even when they were at their best, in that 2018 season with Ersan Ilyasova and
Bellinelli,
Marco Bellinelli and J.J. Redick, that crew. And then the next year, it was a different group of guys. Then the next year, it was, Tobias Harris and it was Jimmy Butler.
Well,
then they
rewind
got
a
rid of
little
those
bit,
guys.
because remember, the reason why some of those changes happened was because of Brian Colangelo, the Burnergate. Remember, when Colangelo got...
Still sounds ridiculous.
I know, but we'll get a 30 for 30 about it someday, hopefully. Or a Netflix special. That'd be even better. It's the idea, though, that you don't have that crazy roster turnover over that period that you just described. Because from the end of Colangelo to the cabal, or whoever was running the team, Brett Brown was the face of this, like, six-headed whatever it was, calling the shots, and then they drafted Mikal Bridges, and they trade for Zaire Smith, and then suddenly, 2 months later, Elton Brand is installed permanently as GM, And then we had the famous incident where Elton Brand is in the press box and the fan yells at him, "You got to do something." And Elton Brand's like, "I got you." And then he trades for Jimmy Butler, right? That whole period started, though, with one domino that led to about 5 or 6 other things. Because remember, I mean, do we really believe that if, just use this as an example, if Jimmy Butler would have stayed, just to use that specific example, do we really believe this team has the instability that it does if they would have stuck with that team that was, or at least a version of that team that lost to Kawhi on the double quadruple doink?
Well, Joel has been quoted in that particular article by saying he thinks that the 2023 team, the most recent one, needed a tweak and not to be broken up. He didn't make the same comments about the team with the Jimmy Butler thing, which is, maybe they didn't ask him about it. But that team, that came down to the decision of between Ben Simmons and Jimmy Butler, reportedly from many people, was that the Sixers at that time had a 23-year-old all-star.
Right.
And decided they were going to stick with Ben over an aging Jimmy Butler. Now, Jimmy seemingly found the fountain of youth when he went to Miami and kind of resurrected his career and brought them to 2 NBA Finals. Ben went the other way.
Right. Now, of course, you didn't go the other way immediately. There were other things that happened along the way. But my only problem with Joel Embiid and the Harden thing, I don't know if Joel is fully acknowledging that part of the reason why Harden got traded was because of Harden.
Well, that's the thing in this article where Joel says he thinks, that James doesn't talk to him. That's the one thing that to me doesn't make a lot of sense is why James Harden would think that Joel had anything to do with him being traded.
I mean, is James just that much of a delusional weirdo that he just doesn't have or is Joel Embiid the one out of touch? Joel Embiid's the one with 10,000 missed messages. Is Joel the one that lacks the ability to connect with people properly? We've heard the stories about how, you remember the story about Tyrese Maxey about how, like, "Hey, big buddy, how you doing?" And Joel would be like, "Yeah, whatever. I'm not awake at this time anymore." Like, Maxey would just like nag him to death, and that was how we got Joel, him and him become friends, because Maxey was just so unrelenting. Is part of the issue between Harden and Joel. Joel seemingly has
I don't have a lot of friends. Like, he's like has some trust issues. That is something that has been out there. But there's also been many reports that him and Maxey do get along.
Right. What I'm saying is that there's that story out there that Maxey basically harassed Joel Embiid in the friendship, that Joel Embiid was aloof. And like Maxey was like that little brother, gonna be, "Hey, we did something today," like kind of attitude, like day in and day out. And he kind of finally broke through to Joel. Is there maybe part of Harden that was like, "I'm not working my butt off to get Joel to be my friend"?
Possibility, but it seemed that they had a pretty good relationship. There wasn't like, "Hey, we had this horrible relationship," or that it was meaning more so after he got traded.
So you're saying that you feel like the Harden and Embiid fallout was. Everything was fine until the trade.
That's what it seems like from the article anyway.
Gotcha.
Is that, hey, he's not talking to me now.
But again, I would go to say you have 10,000 missed messages. How do you know?
That's true. I mean, there's a possibility that some of those messages in
I
there
just still can't believe that. I'm with Nick Earnshaw. Like, when you and him talk about this on the Nuggets in the last hour, like, I can't imagine a world where I have that many missed texts or DMs or Facebook messages or whatever. Like, there are plenty of times that, like, maybe I might choose to be like, I don't know who this person is, and I'll just like delete the message. But I mean, how many people really had Joel Embiid's number?
10,000 apparently. No, just that's how many missed
messages.
He said the writer said that Embiid showed him his phone, and at that time he had like over 9,500 missed messages and over like, I forget, I can open up the article and kind of find it again, how many missed calls he had at the time of their
conversation.
Meeting. Mm-hmm.
To me, that's just perplexing. So, maybe part of the problem is hey, Joel, maybe Harden stopped being your friend because you stopped texting him back.
Yeah, it says, I have a reputation. This is from Joel. I have a reputation of being not a good texter. He says, adding that he probably has 10,000 unread messages. The author says, you're kidding me. Embiid reaches for his phone, taps the screen, and leans forward to show me. More than 9,500 unread texts and 875 missed calls. Some of the messages are years old. Now, again, this goes back to he doesn't like to get the messages. In fact, he doesn't have
his phone on, basically.
No, he doesn't have the alerts on. Like, if I had 875 missed calls and I had that alert up at the top of my screen, like, I go nuts when I get, like, I have to clear all my alerts out
like,
as fast as I get them.
But there's that thing on the bottom where, like, if you look at the app, it'll show you, like on mine, there's a dot or a number. You know, it'll be like.
Oh, I don't have that.
See, I got that on my phone.
Like, if I have missed texts or texts sitting in my, it doesn't say how many are in there. And if I get, like, the little.
Like, mine will have a number, like 3.
No, I don't have that. And if at the top of my screen, when you get that little emblem of what, like, I get rid of that emblem almost immediately because, like, it drives me nuts. So I like, then if I get rid of it and don't look at the text, that is when I might have forgotten about it.
But you see, what you just described is
that's
way
not
more,
9,500 unread text.
Exactly. That's not like if Mike Gill told me I got about 5 unread texts right now, I'd be like,
during the week I'm
right,
pretty good.
normal.
On the weekend I might be a little bit in and out.
No, but I mean, there's a certain number where it's like that's a reasonable individual. Like maybe you're busy, maybe you got stuff going on, maybe somebody texted you that you're just like, I don't feel like getting back to that person right now. But Joel is there saying it's hard for me to make friends, but then also says, but I'm a bad texter, I don't get back to anybody. Like at some point it's like, I'm the problem is me.
Well, and I don't know. That to me is a little crazy. Like, you are a professional athlete. You're playing on a team that probably has to have, like, constant, like, there's probably some sort of Team Snap app or something. I know, like, the team that I coach, we use an app called Team Snap. And it's just like the thing that
it's like a group chat function?
Yeah, it's like a group thing for, like, teams.
It's just blasted to everybody?
Right, because, like, I have an Android. Mm-hmm. I can only send text to 20 people in a text. So if there's over 20, I have to send separate text. This is a way for me to be able to send it to more than 20 people.
I mean, it makes sense to me, but what do I know?
Yeah, and then there's a little alert at the top of my screen when somebody messages the team. The emblem of that app goes into the top of my screen, and I know somebody asked a question or something, and I usually get right back to you.
See, I'm an OCD person where, like, if there's an alert on my phone, I feel, like, compelled to look at it. Like, I was just doing it during a conversation. I saw that I had a Facebook alert, and I felt compelled to at least. Now, I didn't click on the alert. What I do is I expand it on my phone so I get, like, a preview, and I determine if it's important or not. And then I either click on it or swipe it.
Well, if you text Sport right now, it'll come right to me. Sports
Mike
Bash
Gill
Live.
will not ghost you on the Sports Bash.
I do my best to try to respond to everybody and everything, whether you're trolling or not. If you're trolling, it doesn't bother me. I just feel bad for you that, you need to get more excitement in your life. If your life is consisting of trolling me or Josh, like, that's a you problem, man. But I'll respond just out of pity. I do respond out of pity, or like I feel like maybe there's.
You do a little more than I do. If
I just have fun. I'm like the ultimate, like, all right, you message me. I don't know who you are, but you took your time to message me. I will get back to you. I do my best.
If somebody doesn't have like a real picture, or it's obvious the troll account, I won't even acknowledge your existence.
Oh, I feel bad for those people. You
I don't
can't
feel
just
bad.
diss them.
It's not my job to feel bad for people.
I know, but I'm a very nice and compassionate person.
It is not my job to show compassion to those who don't deserve compassion.
Landon from Delaware. Shout out to you, Landon.
Not Landon Dickerson here.
I don't know. It just says give Landon from Delaware a shout out. Landon from Delaware, here's your shout out.
What's
I'll
up,
be
Landon?
back with more Sports Bash. We'll update the poll question coming up next. All right, 532, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Let's get into the poll question. We'll update it now at 973 ESPN. Biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC. Are these the four teams that would have made your poll, Josh? Packers, Rams, Lions, Commanders. Those are the four teams that we came up earlier today. Are those the four biggest threats? Rams, Lions, Commanders, Packers. You know, one team still doesn't have a vote. Not one person thinks the Packers is the biggest threat to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, maybe you should have swapped out the Packers and put in the 49ers.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Was the Packers the wrong fourth team? Like, is there a different team, or is it just, no, those other three are just clearly the three best?
I think the other three are just the clear three best. The problem with the Packers is that you handled them, you beat them twice last year. And the second time you beat them so soundly. Like, the score doesn't tell the whole story of that game. And I think there's a part of people that look at the Packers and be like, well, you guys didn't get better.
I mean, still, the game's like, yes, the score, like the first game of the year, the score was, they were both competitive games.
They were both competitive games. But I think the optics are that you handled them.
All right, let's get the poll question results right now at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. And you can vote. Actually got 1 minute left to vote. If you want to get your vote in, quickly do that. All right, somebody just voted for the Packers. Someone's listening and said, you know what, I'm going to vote for the Packers. So the Packers have 2.7% of the vote.
That shouldn't count.
Commanders have 19% of the vote. 39.7 Rams, 38.4 the Lions. So the Rams right now, our listeners think are the biggest threat to the Eagles in the NFC. Fair or unfair out there?
I think the Rams should be the pick because, one, they were the team that played you closest in the playoff run. Two,
somebody was on the Rams early last year.
Oh, you're talking about you.
Yes. In my first who's in, who's out of the year, I had the Rams making the playoffs.
Listen, I do my best to keep track of all of your Bet365 play of the day picks. I can't remember all of your who's in, who's out picks.
No, I remember that one, though. No, I don't remember who else I had in there. For some reason, I remember having the Rams in there.
I just remember you always...
I have all the old who's in. But for those of you, so I do have a sheet that I write all my who's in and who's out on.
You do. I just can't read your handwriting.
And they're all over here from years. I have the last couple of years of who's in, who's out.
I just know that you always, every year, have picked the Falcons over the Bucks in that division. And that's why the Bucks have won the last 2 years.
I don't remember who I picked the year before, but I definitely picked the Falcons last year.
You picked the Falcons the last 2 years, I think.
All right.
Because you were down the Bucks. You have said you didn't believe in the Bucks.
By the way, tomorrow, division previews continue. AFC North.
AFC North.
Baltimore, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Andrew DeCecco. So you look at the NFC right now. The four teams that we posted were those four teams. But these are the teams that I think, because we had a question the other day about which teams could be in the Arch Manning race in the NFC.
Yes.
And we were having a hard time finding teams.
Well, you mentioned with the other day that
Mosher,
that the one obvious one would be the Saints.
I have the Saints, the Giants.
Yeah, I think the Giants is a bad job by you because you forget that they drafted Jackson Dart.
Yeah, but if you had the number one pick,
but he was a first-round draft
you're going to take
pick.
a chance of passing off Eli Manning's nephew?
It's not that as much as the fact that you've already invested a lot of resources into who you already have, and unless you're going to fire the coach and the GM. Like, remember what Arizona did? They drafted Josh Rose in the first round. They fired everybody, and then they drafted Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
That's the scenario I can see.
Well, guess what? If the Giants are in the number one pick again, don't you think the GM and the coach are going to get fired?
Yeah, but that means they have to have one of the worst seasons. And I don't think that defense is bad enough to let that happen.
I do agree that the defense, but I'm just saying, somebody's got to be the worst team. Is it going to be Philadelphia?
No.
Washington?
No.
Dallas?
Nope.
Detroit?
No.
Green Bay?
No.
Minnesota?
You're giving the obvious ones, but no.
Chicago?
No.
Atlanta?
Atlanta's a wait and see.
Tampa Bay?
Tampa, no.
Carolina?
Yes.
I think, and I said New Orleans, so I think New Orleans is one.
I agree with New Orleans.
Carolina, I think, is getting better, they're in the mix.
But if Bryce Young does take a step forward, or he has like some season-ending injury, and they go,
If anybody has a season-ending injury, now this discussion is all changed.
well, that's true. But my point is that like if there's a scenario where Carolina, I could see them having a bad year.
So that's Carolina, New Orleans. Somebody's got to be the worst. It's either Carolina, New Orleans. You see Arizona.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think so, but I mean, they're in a tough division.
Rams, Niners, Seahawks.
No.
So I really think it's between three teams in the NFC to be the worst team in the league. The Giants, the Panthers, and the Saints.
The dark horse I have right now for a team that could go sideways is the Vikings. Because
I don't hate that pick because if J.J. McCarthy stinks,
listen, he
they
might not
won
be
14 games last year. I mean, for them to go from 14 to stinkeroni would be interesting.
It would definitely be interesting, but I think it's possible because one, that defense is not significantly better than it was last year, and two, you are basically depending on a young man who has never played a game in the NFL, who's coming off of a serious injury, to be ramped up and ready to go week one. And remember, Mike, they don't have a legitimate backup.
No, I mean, look, they are very predicated on this quarterback stepping in and being the right guy. They let Sam Darnold go, which, I get it. Like,
I understand letting Sam Darnold go, but he should have had.
He's not a franchise quarterback to pay what he possibly wanted to get paid. I can jive with that. I give him credit for making a tough decision. Say, hey, this guy had a great year for us, 14 wins, got us to the playoffs, but showed his warts in the playoffs. We cannot do what the Giants did and fall into the trap of giving that guy $40 million for Daniel Jones. We've got to move on.
I get that. But in an offseason where Joe Flacco, Jameis Winston, and Kenny Pickett all changed teams.
By the way, their backup is Sam Howell.
Yeah, that's not boding a ton of confidence for anyone. So in a world where you could have had a more bona fide veteran as a break glass in case of emergency, and now your break glass in case of emergency is Sam Howell, I'm not exactly beating with confidence over here.
No, but I would say still, even with that, the Giants are probably one of the three worst teams in the NFC.
I just don't see that because of their defense.
Well, I just went over every one. You told me no.
I just told you. I think the Vikings could be the dark horse.
The dark horse, but if I'm looking for the worst team, I got New Orleans, Carolina.
And I agree on those.
And then who? Who's the third? I just gave you every team in the league. You said no.
I said maybe the Cardinals.
Maybe. All right, who's worse? The Giants or the Cardinals?
I would say the Giants' defense is better. I would say the Giants. You could argue the Giants' quarterback situation is better than the Cardinals.
Nah, I don't know about that. I know we were talking about Kyler Murray before the show. Hasn't lived up to the number one overall pick status, but, they've won 8-9 games.
Which head coach do you believe in more, Gannon or Dable?
I mean, I was never a Gannon hater. Dable, I was a big fan of that hire. I liked him as the coach, but
he got to the playoffs with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have Daniel Jones right now.
No, but if Russell Wilson is respectable, if he's competent.
I think the Giants, and I talked about this morning on Birds 365, I think they're going to be a pain in the ass to play. Their defense is good. That front four is legit. I think their offensive line is a major problem, and you have a quarterback in either Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston who will throw a lot of picks, and Wilson is just so safe, and they don't have, other than neighbors, they really don't have a run game. Their line's not great. So I think if they win, it's like 17-14.
Right.
And I think that gets you 4 or 5 wins. If you're trying to win every week 17-14, you'll probably win about 4 or 5 games.
But guess what? If you win 5 games, you ain't the worst team in the league.
They won 3 games last year. So we're basically saying getting Russell Wilson has given them, you're saying, more than 2 extra wins.
Considering how bad their quarterback play was last year, yeah.
All right, well, you said 5 last year. The NFC West, San Francisco, last place, 6 wins. Carolina and the Saints both won 5. The Bears won 5. The Giants won 3. Now, 2 teams in the AFC won 3. Tennessee, Cleveland.
Right.
Now, we're talking about the worst teams in the NFC. But if you win 5 games, you are the worst team in the NFC. Last year, the Giants with 3 wins was the worst.
Again, the number 1 overall pick. That means you got to be worse than everybody.
And I said, I didn't say they were the worst. I said they're in contention for one of the 3 worst. I think New Orleans, Carolina, and the Giants will be the 3 worst teams in the NFC.
You could argue the best case scenario for the Giants is they win 4 games this year, they clean house, and they draft an offensive lineman.
Possibly, yes. But if you get the number 1 overall pick, you almost have to take Manning.
I get that. I totally understand that.
Now you're in that spot where we're the worst. We have to take the quarterback, and then you're like, well, you took Jackson Dart. Guess what? We didn't take him number 1. We took him number 25.
Well, that's why I was saying if you clean house, it gives you the better out. It's like,
But
hey, we didn't draft Dart.
Well, guess what? If you're the worst, you probably will clean house.
Right.
If this is, again, a 3-win team or a 5-win team, you're likely seeing the coach get fired and the GM get fired, and the new guy comes in and he takes Arch Manning.
Or you fire Joe Shane and hire his son.
There you go. Yeah, because right now, the Giants' offensive line, I mean, Andrew Thomas is a pretty decent player now. The rest of that line is not very good. They still have problems on that offensive line. Other than Neighbors, I mean, they don't have a lot of weapons.
The craziest thing in football today is that there's so many offensive lines that you just are so underwhelmed by.
Offensive line is definitely a position in this league that is lacking.
Yeah, it's like you said it earlier. It's like bullpens in baseball.
Bullpens in baseball is the offensive line of the baseball world. Underappreciated. People not sexy. When a team drafts an offensive lineman, when there's if you can sign a top flight starting pitcher, or you're going to go get a middle reliever, you turned out to be like, oh, you got to get the starting pitcher, the middle relief guys. And look, all these GMs do it. Dave Dombrowski doesn't want to spend money on a middle relief pitcher.
What about the AFC? I'm saying the American League. The AFC. Arch Manning sweepstakes.
AFC, I would say a lot of the teams now that one I think opens the door more. I think there are more teams in the AFC that would be tough. You would say, okay, Tennessee, but they just drafted a number 1 pick quarterback this past year.
Can Cam Ward be like?
So what if you're Tennessee? You just drafted Cam Ward number 1 overall.
Right.
You're the worst team again. Do you take Arch Manning?
Not if Cam Ward played well and the rest of the team was just bad around him.
It's a hard spot to be in where you're the worst team and you had the number 1 pick and you took a quarterback.
Yeah.
And now, potentially, you have a Manning that is available to you.
Yeah.
In a division where his brother played.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, would they be on the list?
They could be. I mean, oh boy.
You're talking about then moving on from Trevor Lawrence, so you signed that big contract.
Well, it's more than that. It's also the fact that, the whole fiasco around them hiring the head coach, Liam Cohen. Remember, he wasn't going to be the head coach, and they fired the GM, then they hired the head coach. Like, that organization is rudderless right now. So, sure, they could fall apart.
Yeah. Definitely see Jacksonville in that mix. Tennessee, Raiders.
I think the Raiders are actually going to surprise a lot of people. I think Pete Carroll is going to have them a sub 500 team this year, like 7-8 wins, and they're going to be a feisty team and go to war with everybody.
Geno Smith maybe, I guess, gives them a little bit of credibility that they haven't.
I'm telling you, Ashton Gentry, Rookie of the Year. I keep telling you.
What about the Jets? You like Fields?
I like Fields. I just don't know about the Jets.
Cleveland.
Cleveland will be better than last year. You didn't name the team that I think is going to be horrible. Colts.
Yeah, they feel like middle of the road, yeah. Well, they were middle of the road last 2 years, and I think I don't like Anthony Richardson. I didn't like him a little bit.
And now he's in a quarterback competition with Daniel Jones.
I could get on board with the Colts because I'm not a big Richardson fan.
No one's a Daniel Jones fan.
No, and they, that roster's very mediocre with a below-average quarterback.
Here's a team that I think that there's a chance for implosion. I gave you a dark horse in the Vikings. I'll give you a dark horse in the AFC. The Miami Dolphins.
That one's based more on like outside factors, like them just having implosions, right?
Yeah.
Not because they're talent.
Listen, I mean, they're built for the implosions, and then Darren Waller can rap about it after the season.
Stop out to Ventnor Social this Friday. Get your picture taken with the trophy. Everyone that we just talked about is trying to get the Lombardi Trophy. We'll have it with us for a chance for you to take your picture free of charge. Stop out, get your picture taken, hang out, see the Sports Bash, happy hour Friday, and stop out to see the new Ventnor Social on Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Getting ready to close out this show. Bet365 play of the day and more. It's all right here on the Sports Bash, live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Bet365 play of the day time. And don't forget, next Friday.
Yeah, we will be at Tropicana Atlantic City for the boxing event of the summer. Boxing Insider Promotions presents 3 New Jersey Rising Stars, 2 Philadelphia Boxing Stars, and the WBC belt on the line Friday, July 25th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. You don't forget to join Mike Gill in the Sports Bash next Friday at Tropicana Atlantic City for Boxing Insider Promotions' 5th event in the showroom.
Yeah, don't forget, join the fun on DraftKings Casino, ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you're searching for, thousands of exciting games, jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get 10-day welcome offer, 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app, sign up with code DK973, and spin your favorite slots. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in New Jersey. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued after 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for feature game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. It ends August 24th of this year at 11:59 p.m. in the East. #1 based on Eilers and Krychek 2H24 product analysis. All right, how'd we do yesterday?
Mike, your pick lost. You picked the Mystics. They lost by 19.
Not good.
17 turnovers will do that to you.
See how we do tonight. I got a little 3-packer for you if you want to put them all together, see what you got, make a couple bucks here. I got the Liberty -10, under 163.5 for the Liberty, and I'm going with the Aces over the Wings. Put them together, plus 374. $10 will pay you $47.45. That's a 3-pack of picks for you for the Bet365 play of the day.
Don't forget Liberty, no Caitlin Clark. She's been ruled out for the game tonight.
Well, she plays for the Fever.
But the Liberty are playing the Fever.
That's right. And that's why I'm Liberty -10 in the game. I like that number.
I like that number too.
All right. We'll do it again tomorrow on the Sports Bash. Dotun Akintoye tomorrow, who wrote that Joel Embiid article, will be on the show tomorrow at 3:30. Tomorrow's a Stump the Sports Geek day, so we'll have a 10-question trivia challenge for Josh. Have a great night, everybody.